Chapter 1. The sky was clear on the boundless, desolate sea. On a large fishing boat in the middle of the surging waves, Han Fei was shouting in excitement against the roaring sea wind. "Pull it up. We'll be rich if we can get it up." Han Fei was originally a gold digger in the sea. 7 years ago, he accidentally found an ancient treasure map while fishing. The map seemed to be enchanted, and Han Fei couldn't stop it. His intuition told him that there must be a great secret in the place marked on the map. Chances were that there was a medieval shipwreck. Once he fished it up, he could imagine that he would live the rest of his life in luxury. Han Fei craned his head and looked into the sea. Since the fishing boat arrived, it had been surrounded by countless fish and hundreds of sharks. Otherwise, he would have dived down a long time ago. Boom! Suddenly a sailor shouted, "Boss, not good! Something is pulling us down below. We've got a living creature." Han Fei said, "Living creature? Have you ever seen a living creature that hasn't moved for hundreds of years?" Gotcha! Suddenly, the keel of the boat seemed to be broken by an enormous force, and Han Fei fell heavily on the railing. A sailor shouted, "Hurry up and cut the rope!" Han Fei's eyes were bloodshot. F***CK off. Pull it up. We're going to die anyway. Let me take a look at the treasure. Ever since the boat was broken, Han Fei knew that he couldn't escape anymore. So he had gone mad and wanted to take a look at the treasure, even if he had to die. A sailor cursed, F***CK. I'm here to make money, not to die. Because the danger came too suddenly, everyone was caught off guard and was momentarily stunned. On the surface of the sea, the wind was surging and the waves were surging. But Han Fei did not notice it. He saw a shadow in the water and was greatly shocked. What was that? A round object, several meters long, floated to the surface of the water. Why did it look like a strange gourd? Han Fei could also see vines dangling from the mouth of the calabash, and below the vines was a gigantic shadow. As a seasoned fisherman, the sea was like his own backyard. He knew that it couldn't be a calabash. After all, any calabash would have decayed after being soaked in the seawater for so many years. So he was more convinced that it was some sort of debris that looked like a calabash. Buzz! The huge force came again, and the hull was suddenly pulled sideways, and Han Fei directly smashed into the sea. But in the next second, something unexpected happened. A thick column of water shot up into the sky. The entire fishing boat was instantly sent flying. Han Fei was flushed to the sky by the water column. His scalp was numb and his eyes were filled with fear. A gigantic fish had emerged from the water. He swore that he had never seen such a big fish in his life. Its head was bigger than a boat. Even the biggest blue whale in the world was not as big as this thing. F***CK. In his daze, Han Fei felt like he was being dragged into the sea by something. Whenever he thought of the chilling giant, his heart was filled with fear and excitement. Before he died, he seemed to see a crab several meters long rushing towards him. Han Fei's last thought was, where's my fish? Why did it turn into a crab? Cough, cough. He vaguely heard someone shouting, "Han Fei, wake up." "Brother, wake up!" After spitting out too much saliva, Han Fei woke up in a daze. He felt that his head was aching, and thousands of strange pictures suddenly popped up in his head. Some memories that did not belong to him seemed to have been injected into his heart. Opening his eyes and looking at the sky, Han Fei immediately gasped. In the distance, clouds hung from the raging sea. On the vast horizon, a crimson sun that covered half of the sky hung in the sky. The tornado-like clouds hung in the sky like long, unkempt hair. Hiss! Shoot, where am I? What's that thing in the sky? Han Fei was appalled. A moment ago, it was a gigantic fish, and now an unscientific super sun appeared. Are you kidding me? But that's not a big deal. Bam! Suddenly, he heard an explosion, and in front of him, a middle-aged man broke out of the water on a crab several meters long with a fishing rod in his hand. Han Fei was dumbfounded. The crab floated on the surface of the water, and the middle-aged man stood on it. As he stomped, ripples spread out on the surface of the water, and waves of air surged at his face. The surface of the water rose like a spring, and a big fish broke out of the water. The fish was 2 meters long, and its pectoral fins were like wings. It was covered in green and yellow stones. Hew, hew, hew! All of a sudden, the green and yellow stones on the fish darted at the man. Crab King's scissors! The man roared and punched out. Immediately, the illusion of a giant pincer pierced out. The fishing rod and the flying stones exploded at the same time, and the 2-meter-long fish was cut in half by the crab pincers. One half of the fish fell before Han Fei. Han Fei's eyes widened, dumbfounded. Gudu! Am I King dreaming? What kind of fish is this? What crab is this? Who is it? Humph! The middle-aged man snorted. You were dragged into the sea by a green turtle. You're daydreaming if you think you can pass the trial like this. At this moment, Han Fei had a lot of questions in his head. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? A young man next to Han Fei hurried to explain. Fishing Master Wang Jie, there's a reason. Han Fei's arm was cut by a blade fish a few days ago, and it hasn't healed yet. The middle-aged man waved his hand. There's no need to explain to me. The fish in the sea won't listen to you. What's the difference between a level 2 fisher and a piece of garbage? Dumbfounded, Han Fei discovered that he was lying on a weird boat. Dozens of similar boats were scattered on the surface of the sea. Many children in weird clothes were standing on the bows of the boats. These children were all wearing very strange clothes. Regardless of whether they were boys or girls, they were all wearing tight clothes that looked a bit like diving suits. But even if they were diving suits, where was their oxygen tank? Also, why were those children looking at him in disdain? But when he saw his hand in the next second, his eyelids cramped. Why are my hands so small? Have I traveled? A young man next to him said concernedly, I'm glad you're fine. Before Han Fei could ask for more details, the middle-aged man stepped out and stood on an empty ship, facing everyone. Holding a notebook in his hand, he read to the dozens of boats. Zhang Qing, level 4 fisher. Fishing result: 1 low-grade big yellow croaker. Lu Lingji, level 5 fisher. Fishing score: 1 mid-quality green turtle. Following everybody's eyes, Han Fei found that the girl named Lu Lingji was standing proudly on the bow of a boat next to him. Wang Jie continued. Hu Kuan, level 6 fisher. Fishing score: 1 high-quality blade fish. Exclamations immediately came from the crowd. He's fishing for blade fish at level 6? How bold is he? The blade fish has a knife on its back that can be separated from its body. It's said to be able to cut anything except meat turtles in regular fisheries. Has Hukuin lost his mind? A young man held his head high and simply stared at Han Fei coldly, as if he did not hear the exclamations next to him. Wang Jie said, Tenge, level 7 fisher. Fishing score: 1 high-quality tentacle lobster. When this result was announced, everyone on the ship exclaimed in disbelief. What? He caught a tentacle lobster? How? How dare he? The tentacle lobster is also known as the shrimp of death. In terms of lethality, it is much stronger than the blade fish. Its long whiskers are like sharp blades. He actually caught it? A young man said enviously, Tango was level 6 last month, but he's already level 7 now. He's much stronger than before. A girl put her fists on her chest. Wow. Tango is so handsome, as expected of a genius from our school. It's almost certain that he will become a fishing master in the future. Someone mocked. A genius hangs out with a piece of trash all day. What a disgrace. A girl was angry. It's all Han Fei's fault. Tang Ji's score would have been better if it weren't for him. I saw Tang Gu give his swallowed spirit soup to Han Fei with my own eyes. Everybody whispered, and Han Fei looked at the young man next to him. Tenga. Traveling. Han Fei took a deep breath, and countless memories surged in his head. Tang Ge, his good brother, was saved by his father 8 years ago and became his good brother ever since. But his father died in the unknown place outside of the level 3 fishery in the following 2 years. Tang Ge had been taking care of him since then. Han Fei took another deep breath and traveled into the body of a piece of trash who drowned in the ocean. But this world was quite interesting. At this moment, Wang Jie looked at Han Fei and said, "Han Fei, level 2 fisher. You didn't get anything this time." Also, Han Fei was the only one who was dragged into the ocean by a green turtle in this test. You failed. If you can't pass the fishing trial in 1 month, you will be expelled. Ha ha ha! Many people laughed and looked at Han Fei as if he were a joke. A girl simply criticized, "Han Fei, please don't take up Tang Ge's training resources anymore. You'll only hold him back." Infuriated, Tang Ge was about to argue when Han Fei grabbed him. Too many memories had been fused, and it was inappropriate for him to lie here and play dead. Although this world was amazing, Han Fei had been fighting pirates and sharks on the ocean in the first place. What had he not seen? Curling his lips, Han Fei sneered, "Did I eat your yellow croaker? It's none of your business." All of a sudden, everybody fell silent. Shocked, Tang Ge looked at Han Fei in shock. Ever since his uncle left and never returned, Han Fei had become extremely unsociable. He rarely spoke and never cursed anyone. The girl was so angry that she almost jumped to her feet. She almost wanted to throw the hook in her hand into Han Fei's mouth and rip his mouth apart. At this moment, Hu Kuan said sarcastically, "Hey, Han Fei, all you can do right now is talk. In a month, you won't even be qualified to look up to us as a lowly fisherman. What are you so proud of?" Han Fei said, "Hu Kuan, right? You look like a human demon. But why do you smell like scum?" Hu Kuan's face turned cold. "Shut up, or I'll tear your mouth apart." Tang Ge sneered, "Why don't you do that? I'll skin you if you dare to touch my brother." Hu Kuan said, "Tang Ge, do you think I'm scared of you?" Enough. Chapter 2. The planet was covered by the ocean. Humans lived in the air on the floating mountains. Everyone made a living by fishing. Human beings could absorb the spiritual energy and magical power of fish, become fishing masters, and then reach the peak of this world. In this world, everyone dreamed of becoming a fishing master, and it was said that a fishing master could easily lift a 1,000-kilogram boulder and dive to the bottom of the sea 100 meters deep. Wang Jie, the middle-aged man just now, was a fishing master. He taught in the school of the Heavenly Water Village and also served as a supervisor in the ordinary fishery. The fishery under Han Fei's feet was the only ordinary fishery in the Heavenly Water Village. It was very dangerous, but even so, people died here almost every day. The ocean. It represented opportunity, but at the same time, it represented danger. Even in the ordinary fishery, there were countless kinds of sea creatures, and most of them had talent abilities and could fight. Green turtles were covered with blue stones and fought with blue stones when in danger. Blade fish were born with knives on their backs. When in danger, the knives could leave their bodies and attack the enemy. Tentacle lobsters had extremely sharp whiskers that could cut through gold and stone. It was said that in the level 1 fishery, there were fish with sword-like bodies called swordfish. Countless people had been killed by swordfish. Of course, there were also some shocking rumors. It was as if in the unknown ocean there was a shocking giant beast that was tens of thousands of meters tall. In the deep abyss, there was a rare and precious shell that contained the vast earth of the universe. There was also the undersea mermaid race that had dominated the sea region for tens of thousands of years. Unfortunately, Han Fei had never seen any of the above, so he didn't know whether they were true or not. Tang Ge helped Han Fei onto an empty boat. Tang Ge nodded. "It's okay. It was just an accident. We still have time. You can definitely pass this trial." Han Fei was about to speak when he felt that he was flying. No, to be more precise, the boat was flying. "Shoot," Tang Ge asked. "Huh? What did you say?" Han Fei said nothing, Han Fei was about to ask why the boat could still fly, but he immediately had the answer in his mind. This kind of boat was called a fishing boat, which was specially used for fishing, and the direction they were going was the Heavenly Water Village, an island floating in the sky. Tango asked worriedly, Han Fei, are you okay? Were you scared under the water just now? Han Fei said, I'm fine. I just feel like I'm dreaming. Tango was suspicious. I feel that you've become weird. Han Fei smiled. Tango, there's a great horror between life and death. I've just overcome the shadow in my heart. I'm fine now. Tango was overjoyed. Really? Ha ha ha, that's great. With the blessing of the fishing god, my brother has finally walked out of that haze barrier. Han Fei didn't have the heart to tell him the truth. In fact, his brother was already dead and he would live for him. While Han Fei was thinking, the fishing boat under his feet broke through the clouds, only to see a huge mountain hanging in the sky. On the cliff, countless fishing boats were hanging, and at the top, countless fishing boats were coming and going. Han Fei was so shocked that he didn't know there was such a scene in this world. It was like the marvelous scene of the Mount Shu sword immortals in the movies. It was even more mythical than a myth, although he already had the answer in his memory. Seeing it with his own eyes still made his heart tremble. A few minutes later, the fishing boat arrived at the port. The port was the busiest place on any floating island. Anyone who went fishing or returned from sea fishing had to come here to register. After all, when people returned from sea fishing, many of them had stocks, and those who collected the sea goods had been waiting here for a long time. Therefore, this place was also the largest trading center in the village every day. Except for the fishy smell in the air, everyone was smiling. After all, this was their livelihood. People would feel happy if they could not starve to death and make money. Seeing the prosperous scenery and the endless shouts, Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. Is this the Heavenly Water Village? In his memory, the Heavenly Water Village had a population of 600,000, and this was just a village. What about the towns? What about the cities? How many villages? How many towns? How many cities? How many people lived in the sky in this world? For Han Fei, all this was too novel. Led by Tango, the two of them registered with a female registrar at the port and hurried back to their residence. Han Fei's home was a shabby yard, only about 20 square meters in total. There was only a few square meters of land and a large vat outside the door. Behind the house was a cliff. The nearest house near his home was hundreds of meters away, as if this place was isolated. Out of the house and looking back, there was a vast expanse of clouds and mist. The huge sun in the sky almost covered half of the sky. At this moment, the sun had set, and the sunset glow in the sky was dreamy. Han Fei couldn't understand why such a good location was recognized by the people here as the worst place on the entire floating island, just because it was far from the center of the village. Tang skillfully fished out 5 or 6 big sea clams from the large vat at the door and pulled out a bucket of fresh water from under Han Fei's bed. Tang said, Han Fei, I've cooked the sea clams for you. Wait for me at home. I'll be back soon. Han Fei didn't say anything, but just nodded with a smile. Sea clams were the most common food of the residents on the floating island. One sea clam weighed 1 to 3 kilograms, and its meat was fresh and tender. Although it contained little spiritual energy, it was enough to fill a stomach. Half an hour passed. Han Fei was about to bring out the sea clams together with the soup. When he was stunned the moment, he lifted the lid, because a string of data popped up in front of his eyes. Name: regular sea clam soup, level 1, quality, regular, spiritual energy, greater than 24 points, effect, only enough to fill a stomach. Han Fei rubbed his eyes. Is this my talent? Han Fei took a deep breath. Tang should be back soon. He might as well study it later. Taking out 2 pearls from the pot, Han Fei smiled casually. They were low-quality pearls that could be exchanged for 20 sea coins. What could he buy with 20 sea coins? He could probably buy 2 to 3 regular sea clams. Apart from that, Han Fei had nothing in his house. Very soon, Tang Ge came in with a bowl of soup in his hand. The aroma of the soup spread out the moment he entered the house. Han Fei grinned. "You've given your swallowed spirit soup to me again." Han Fei's eyelids cramped again when he saw the swallowed spirit soup in Tang Ji's hand. Name: swallowed spirit soup, level 8, quality, regular, spiritual energy, greater than 48 points, effect. Cultivation efficiency will be increased by 20% for 6 hours after it's taken. Han Fei swallowed. "My soup is not as good as the tiny bowl in Tang Ji's hand." The swallowed spirit fish was a regular fish in the level 1 fishery. It was similar to the sea clams in the regular fisheries. Although such fish were not aggressive, they could naturally absorb spiritual energy. Not only could they make up for their losses, but they could also fill up one's body with spiritual energy. It was a great medicine for cultivation. Tang Ge said unconcernedly, "That's not a big deal. I've already passed the trial, and my soul will be awakened in a month. Why would I care about a bowl of swallowed spirit soup?" Han Fei didn't know how many times he had heard about a fishing trial. In his memory, people in this world had to go through a fishing trial of death and elimination when they were 12 years old. Only those who survived the trial and passed the test could awaken their souls, acquire their spiritual beasts, and officially enter the level 1 fishery to fish. Otherwise, they could only be regular fishermen for the rest of their lives. There was still 1 month to go before the fishing trial, and the odds of Han Fei surviving the trial were slim. Therefore, Tang Ge, as the most excellent genius, had often given his school resources to Han Fei for his own training. However, Han Fei's body was too weak. He was only a level 2 fisher at this moment. He was no different from a mortal. However, there were no mortals in this world at all. The worst fishermen were at least level 2 fishers. The odds were 1 in 10,000. Tang Ge said, "Drink it. You'll recover after you drink it." Under Tang Ji's eager gaze, Han Fei drank the fish soup in a few mouthfuls. It tasted very fresh, but the smell of fish was a bit strong. However, as soon as the hot soup entered his mouth, he felt that his whole body was warm, and wisps of white steam were popping up from his skin. In just a moment, his body, which was originally very weak, was suddenly filled with strength. Even the surface of his body was emitting a faint spiritual energy. Hiss! Looking at the faint luster emitting from his hand, Han Fei was amazed. Is this the so-called spiritual energy? Was it visible to the naked eye? Was he glowing? Han Fei knew that everybody in this world was cultivating, but he had never experienced it before. It was quite novel. Tang Ge, on the other hand, was biting the clam and chuckling. "How do you feel? Do you feel anything after your cultivation? When can you become a level 3 fisher?" Han Fei said, "I wasted a lot of time in the past few years. Now that I've accepted it, it should be soon." "Pa, that's great." Han Fei was not very interested in Tang Ji's excitement, thinking that he was just comforting him. Otherwise, the swallowed spirit soup would have been wasted. However, Han Fei was grateful. Without Tang Ge, the previous owner of this body would have died a long time ago. Han Fei said in a low voice, "Fine. Now that I've inherited your body, I'll help you live a good life." After the swallowed spirit soup, Han Fei ate 2 more clams before he was full. Tang Ge, on the other hand, had 4 shells of clams. He burped and said, "Okay, I'm going to school now. I'll probably have to concentrate on training after the results are out. I'll come back in a few days." Han Fei said, "Okay, pay attention in class." Tang Ge said, "Of course." After Tang Ge left in a hurry, Han Fei closed the door in a hurry. He couldn't wait to sit cross-legged on the bed. What would it be like to cultivate in such an exciting and fun thing? Han Fei closed his eyes and turned his palms up. If anybody else were here, they would have been surprised to see a calabash tattoo on Han Fei's wrist, with leaves and vines extending out of the mouth. Han Fei recited the only technique named soul fishing in his head, but his wrist hurt the moment he tried it. Han Fei opened his eyes, only to see a green calabash tattoo on his wrist. Shoot! Why is it still haunting me? In the next moment, a string of data popped up before Han Fei's eyes, but different from before. Demon Purification Pot owner Han Fei level 2, beginner fisher. Spiritual energy greater than 4848. Spiritual heritage level 1, incomplete, upgradable. Main art, soul fishing, restorable. Han Fei was surprised. The Demon Purification Pot? It was indeed a calabash on his wrist. What was the origin of the calabash? Next to the string of data, there was a glittering art option. Han Fei clicked on the art option curiously. It read, Frowny Face Existing Art. Soul Fishing, incomplete. Level 1, Immobility Technique, incomplete. Note, the first universal art from the ancient times is incomplete. It will cost 1,000 points of spiritual energy to complete it. Chapter 3. Happy things didn't last long. Han Fei looked at his 48 points of spiritual energy, which were still far from 1,000 points. He couldn't help but chuckle. Then, when Han Fei saw the words reparable, he wondered what would happen if he repaired it. With this idea, with a swish, the 48 points of spiritual energy instantly returned to 0, and then the gray picture disappeared directly. Galilu, hungry. I'm so hungry. Han Fei felt that the world was swirling and he was about to collapse. The overflowing spiritual energy just now was gone without a trace. Han Fei staggered to the table, grabbed the unfinished clams, and began to gnaw on them. He didn't feel better until all the clams were eaten and his spiritual energy became 12. But he was still very hungry. Han Fei immediately ran out and fished out all the remaining clams in the tank. He didn't even have time to cook them. He simply pried the clams open and prepared to eat them raw. But to Han Fei's disappointment, Han Fei almost wanted to die when he saw the data of a single clam. Name, regular clam, level 1, quality, regular, spiritual energy, 4 points effect, can barely be full, absorbable. Isn't 4 points of spiritual energy too little? What does absorbable mean? As soon as he thought of that, Han Fei felt that the clam before him seemed to be missing something. He looked at his own data, only to find that his spiritual energy had become 16. The data of the clam in his hand, however, had completely changed. Name, stale clam, level 1, quality, poor, spiritual energy, 0 points effect, can barely be full. Really? Han Fei looked weird. Did he not need to eat? Could he just touch the clam? So he picked up another one, but this time he held it for a full minute, and the spiritual energy value only increased to 20. After trying a few more, he finally came to the conclusion that the speed of spiritual energy absorption was related to freshness and vitality. All the clams that were absorbed were dead, and their meat was no longer tender. Han Fei didn't touch all the clams immediately. He murmured, "The demon purification pot can directly absorb spiritual energy? Doesn't it mean that I have infinite spiritual energy as long as I have enough seafood? Since it can absorb the spiritual energy of the clam, can the flowers, grass, and stones do the same?" A few minutes later, Han Fei returned to the house in disappointment. He had tried everything around the house, but his spiritual energy did not increase at all, nor did any data appear. Han Fei smiled. This ability was already amazing. Then Han Fei turned his eyes to the spiritual heritage. I have a level 1, incomplete, spiritual meridian. Is this thing restricting my growth? Seeing that there were still some clams in the tank, Han Fei thought of something. Upgrading also required 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Another 1,000 points? Where can I steal them? Han Fei looked at the clam again. A few minutes later, all the clams were touched, and his spiritual energy had reached 52 points. Wait, can the amount of spiritual energy exceed what my body can bear? Han Fei was shocked. What did this mean? If others ran out of spiritual qi, they would be emptied. As long as he kept storing it, Wouldn't he have an endless supply of spiritual qi? However, this thought only lasted for a few seconds before he gave up. He had to have enough seafood to absorb. Cleaning up the clamshells on the ground, Han Fei sat on the bed again, ready to cultivate again. This time he had realized the importance of spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy in his body was exhausted, he would be extremely weak. The most fundamental manifestation was hunger, which was the lack of energy. Therefore, spiritual energy was a high-level energy. As long as he had spiritual energy, he could live without eating or drinking. This time, Han Fei did not dare to repair any art. He simply glanced at it, only to find that there was a progress bar. However, the progress bar only moved forward a little bit, which must have been caused by the consumption of 48 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei read on, and new information popped up in front of him. Existing art, soul fishing incomplete, level 1 immobility technique incomplete. Note, the first general art from ancient times has been incomplete after the passage of time. It will cost 1,000 points of spiritual energy to repair it. Deduced art, void fishing completion, 48/1000. Han Fei clicked his tongue. Fine, I'd better focus on my cultivation. On the bed, Han Fei sat cross-legged again. Similarly, the calabash on his wrist vaguely appeared, but the tingling was not as intense. Somehow, Han Fei felt a coolness in the air drilling into his body. After a long time, Han Fei, who was cultivating well, fell back and fell asleep. Bam! Han Fei was still snoring when the door was kicked open, and a ferocious-looking fatty pointed at Han Fei and shouted, "Great! You're acting like a big boss, actually daring to sleep here. Hurry up, go to the ordinary fishery in half an hour. Don't think you can have a holiday just because you're sick. Don't come back tonight if you can't finish the task." Han Fei was dumbfounded. Wasn't I a cultivator? Why did I fall asleep? Han Fei raised his head and looked at the fatty. His name was Zhang Han, and he was the manager of this area. His position was equivalent to that of an urban management officer. But it was not easy to be an urban management officer here. How hard was it to be a civil servant? How hard was it to be an urban management officer here? Zhang Han could never become a fishing master, but his strength and fishing skills were extremely high among ordinary fishermen, so he could become an urban management officer through his connections. As the saying went, a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. With the demon purification pot, it was only a matter of time before he rose. There was no need to make trouble now. Han Fei quickly got up and said with a smile, "Director Zhang, are you going today?" Zhang Han scoffed. "Of course. Otherwise, who will support you? You're lucky. There's a new rule that ordinary fishermen only need to pay 300 caddies of fish a day." Then Zhang Han sneered. "But if you can't pay 300 caddies, you know the consequences, right? Our Heavenly Water Village doesn't support useless people. You can spend the night on the sea. Think about it." Han Fei was stunned. Of course. He knew that fishermen who couldn't pay the fish tax would be thrown on the sea overnight. It was said that the night at sea was very dangerous. Fishing boats were often attacked by fish. So far, no one had survived 5 consecutive nights at sea. Han Fei gritted his teeth. "Well, Director Zhang, I have to go to school, don't I? After all, we only have to go to the sea twice every 5 days. I've been to the sea twice already. Shouldn't I go to the sea the next 5 days?" Zhang Han said, "You wish. You didn't catch any fish yesterday, and you were even dragged into the sea by a green turtle. Everybody in the port knows about it. Do you think you didn't pay the fish tax yesterday? If you didn't, you'd better go to the sea obediently." Han Fei clenched his fists, thinking to himself that he would punch the guy in the face sooner or later. However, Han Fei said with a smile, "Director Zhang, well, my fishing rod is gone, and the bait is all spilled." "So," Zhang Han grinned hideously, "it's not a big deal. I'll give you a regular fishing rod and a box of bait. It's not expensive at all. It's only 10 low-quality pearls. What do you think?" Han Fei secretly clenched his fists even harder. Was this guy clearly trying to bully him? He could buy a regular fishing rod for 3 low-quality pearls, and a box of bait was only 80 coins. Where did this guy get 10 low-quality pearls from? Are you even a human being that you're blackmailing a kid? Taking a deep breath, Han Fei said, "Director Zhang, I only have 20 coins right now. Why don't I borrow them from you?" Zhang Han's face changed when he heard that Han Fei didn't have money. He said angrily, "Why didn't you say so earlier? You don't even have 10 low-quality pearls as an adult. You deserve to be a civilian for the rest of your life. I'll regret it if you die in the sea." Although he said that, Zhang Han turned around and walked to him. "I'll give you an hour to find me in my shop in the port. I'll give you the fishing rod and bait later, but the interest will be increased by 1 low-quality pearl a day. I'm becoming more and more soft-hearted. If it were before, the interest would have increased by at least 2 pearls a day." Han Fei's face immediately turned green. A normal person could only earn 2 or 3 low-quality pearls after paying the fees of the fishing boat and the tax of 300 caddies of fish after a day's hard work. And this Beaster's Stard was giving him a usurious loan? Although Han Fei was rather displeased, it also suggested that this was a dog-eat-dog world, where only strength mattered. As the saying goes, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Let's not wait for 10 years. I'll kill you when I'm slightly successful. Do you think I'm scared? Very soon, Han Fei came to the port. Han Fei was still intrigued by the port for the second time. The street was 10 kilometers long, and there were all kinds of shops and booths along the street. Unfortunately, time was limited, and Han Fei had no time to learn more about the place. The area that Han Fei was in was managed by the members of the fishing law enforcement team. Every boat in the port had to be registered by the fishing law enforcement team before it went to sea. Zhang Han had his own shop too, but he barely took care of it. When Han Fei came, he was eating sea melon seeds, which were tiny shells. Sea melon seeds were not valuable. You could throw a rope down from the boat, and you could get a whole bunch of sea melon seeds when you were done. Zhang Han took out a ragged fishing rod from his shabby shop and tossed it to Han Fei with a box of green bait. Zhang Han said, "You should have been exiled if you weren't able to take part in the fishing trial. Hurry up and go. Remember to increase the price by 1 low-quality pearl every day." Han Fei turned around and left with the ragged fishing rod. Although he knew that he had been tricked, it was better than nothing. It was not like he could catch fish in the sea by himself, right? Wouldn't that be a trap? At the registration office of the port, Han Fei said, "I'm going to sea." The female registrar raised her head and looked at Han Fei. Then she said coldly, "Be careful not to drown yourself in the sea." Han Fei said, "Thank you for your concern." The female registrar was briefly stunned. She nodded and did not think it was a big deal. The cheapest boat had 8 people on it. That was the best deal. There were also 6-person boats, 4-person boats, 2-person boats, and single-person boats. It was not a problem for one person to rent 10 boats to go to sea as long as they had the money. Everybody was silent. Only a middle-aged man sitting next to Han Fei reminded them, "Sit tight. We're going to set off." Although he had experienced it once, Han Fei was still shocked by the beauty of the world. The enormous sun was reflected on the surface of the sea and dyed the ocean. It was truly beautiful. Hey, what's so beautiful about the sun? Are you not putting on the bait anymore? Han Fei turned around, only to discover that everybody was holding their fishing rods and putting the bait on the hooks. They were all green bait. Green bait was the most commonly used bait by regular fishermen. It looked like earthworms but was thicker and shorter than earthworms. More importantly, it was very heavy and sturdy. After the bait was put on, the body of the green bait did not shrink because it was pierced. Instead, it bulged like a meatball. Also, the meatball was expanding and shrinking. At this moment, A young man on the boat looked at Han Fei. Are you the Han Fei who was dragged to the bottom of the sea by a green turtle yesterday? Han Fei nodded. That's me. The young man sneered. How weak. Chapter 4. A few minutes later, the fishing boat landed on the surface of the sea with a splash. Immediately, everybody raised their rods and cast. It was hard to imagine that a casual cast could throw the hook hundreds of meters away. How could it be thrown so far without a fishing wheel? Couldn't the line be knotted? Fishing in the sea didn't need a fishing float. But how could a line of hundreds of meters be thrown without a fishing wheel? Han Fei glanced at the fishing rod in his hand. The line was only 2 or 3 meters long. How on earth did they throw it 100 meters away? Han Fei was full of questions. Everybody's eyes were closed, and their hands glowed faintly, which seemed to be spiritual energy during cultivation. Everybody's fishing line was being slightly retracted. Then, to Han Fei's surprise, the fishing line could be lengthened or shortened. What the hell is this line? Han Fei had an answer in his head. Is this the so-called line control with spiritual energy? But, according to his memory, this operation consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Well, guys, I have a very good idea. Can we drive the fishing boat while fishing? It should be more tempting. Don't talk. The middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes and scolded. This is just an ordinary fishing boat. The spiritual energy is limited. We have to save it for fishing. According to you, once we run out of spiritual energy, we can only wait for others to rescue us. Han Fei smiled awkwardly. After all, this was not Earth. There were many things he didn't know and couldn't rely on his memory. He had planned to make friends with these people, but it seemed that it was hopeless. However, Han Fei was not worried. In his memory, the teenagers could catch 300 or 400 kilograms of fish every day, which meant that there were many fish in the sea area. For example, the 2-meter-long green turtle was probably worth the fish tax. Han Fei cast the hook with all his strength and threw it less than 20 meters away. In the past, there was a pendant for fishing in the sea, but now there was only a fishing line and a bait, and he had to control the distance with spiritual energy. It was a bit difficult. Han Fei hurriedly glanced back and found that nobody was paying attention, so he pretended to fish. He was very skilled. Pull, release, shake. I'll sway to the left. I'll sway to the right. Han Fei murmured in his heart, but all the people on the boat were twitching their lips. Someone said, "That kid, are you stupid? Your bait is gone." Han Fei looked incredulous. This is a trick, understand? Moreover, there was no obvious bite, so how could my bait be gone? The middle-aged man said, "Pull him up." The green bait is the least mobile of all insects, so when it moves, the fish won't touch your hook. The boy who mocked Han Fei earlier sneered. What are you talking about? Your insect must have been eaten by the little white shrimp. Retracting the line was a skill. When everyone saw Han Fei retract the line with his spiritual energy, they were all speechless. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Kid, how did you grow until now? Use your spiritual chi. What the hell are you being cocky for?" Han Fei: "I used it, but it refused to move." The middle-aged man said, "Feel your spiritual chi. Put it on the line and pull it." Blushing, Han Fei sensed his spiritual chi according to the man's instructions. When his spiritual chi was attached to the fishing rod and the line, he was shocked to sense an obscure force. Damn it, can it be used like this? With a flash of spiritual energy in his hand, the fish hook broke out of the water in an instant with a swish. But it didn't stop there. With a puff, the fish hook fell on the buttocks of the boy, who was the same size as him on the other side of the boat. Han Fei immediately clenched his A*S. Everybody else turned around and clenched their A*S too. Are you retracting the line or hooking me? Why did it take so much effort to retract the line? Han Fei, you're asking to be killed. Han Fei said, I didn't mean to. Don't move. I'll pull it out. Pooh! The hook flew back from the boys, but with a swoosh again. Everyone hurriedly lowered their heads, including Han Fei himself. A large piece of cloth on the boys, but was torn apart and blood spurted out. Han Fei said, Well, I'm sorry. I didn't control my strength well. Han Fei, I'm going to kill you. The boy covered his butt almost in tears. You can't do this to me. I just want to fish in peace. Who did I piss off? Why didn't you throw the hook into the water? Why did you throw it at my butt? The other people on the boat looked at Han Fei warily too. Was this guy too scared after falling into the water yesterday? Why didn't he know how to fish anymore? Seeing that the boy was about to charge at him, Han Fei hurried to raise his fishing pole. The boy was so scared that he stopped, suspecting that Han Fei would throw the hook at him again. Someone scolded, Han Fei, focus on fishing. If you cause trouble again, we'll call the inspectors to take you away. Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Hey, the incident was over for now. Although the boy was angry, he did not really pick a fight with him. Han Fei's face was gloomy. The bait was indeed gone. He thought to himself, my fishing experience of more than 10 years is of no use here at all? What the hell is this? How can I catch a calabash egg when I can't even pull the hook up? Therefore, Han Fei calmed down and sat still after casting the hook like everybody else. However, there was no technique at all in this way of fishing. About half an hour later, just as Han Fei was wondering if he should ask for the technique, a person suddenly stood up with a grunt coming from his throat. Then, Han Fei saw that the man made a weird gesture. Spiritual energy surged in his hands, and the fishing pole and the line were instantly covered in a layer of vague brilliance. Rise! Bo! Han Fei's eyes widened. Was it so simple? Not just Han Fei. He found that everybody else was envious of him too. The man chuckled and said, Everybody, we're so lucky today that we caught a yellow fish so quickly. Someone congratulated him. Old Chin, you're getting better and better at fishing. This yellow fish must weigh more than 100 kilograms, right? Old Chin weighed it with his hand and smiled. About 120 kilograms. Yellow fish were not aggressive fish. Naturally, they were not as strong as the green turtles and the blade fish, so they were not expensive. They were one of the cheapest foods on the floating island. Like the clams, they were their daily meals. Seeing that everybody retracted their fishing poles, Han Fei hurried to do the same. That was because the man was too noisy and the fish struggled for a long time in the water. Any fish that were slightly vigilant would be frightened and run away. Unless one became a fishing master, he would basically change to another place after catching one fish. After they changed places, everybody cast their hooks again. This time, after only a quarter of an hour, something happened on the middle-aged man's side. Unlike Old Chin, he only heard the middle-aged man shout, Rise! Someone quickly realized what was going on. It's a green turtle. Han Fei's eyes glittered. It was a green turtle again. He had been fascinated by Wang Jie's Crab King's scissors yesterday. The veins on the middle-aged man's hands bulged, and the fishing line was pulled fast. The middle-aged man held the rod with both hands and pulled it with the strength of his shoulders. Immediately, a big fish several meters long was thrown at him. Hew, 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 stones flew in the air. Everybody hid in the corners of their fishing positions except for Han Fei. The middle-aged man's hands glowed as he slapped out with his palms continuously. Shock waves gushed out from his palms and blew away the rocks. Finally, he slapped the fish. Han Fei's first thought was that he was just a fisherman. He was far worse than a fishing master. Yesterday, fishing master Wang Jie only punched with the shadow of a crab's pincer, but this middle-aged man merely emitted light. With a thud, the 1-meter-long green turtle fell on the deck and flapped its tail casually. It seemed to have been knocked out. This time, Han Fei saw it clearly. Apart from the head, The back and the body of the green turtle were covered with greenish-yellow scales that looked like stones. They reflected a bright green brilliance under the sunlight. Name green turtle level 5 quality regular spiritual energy greater than 12 points. Effect: it can increase one's strength if it's eaten over a long period of time. Absorbable. Han Fei was surprised that the spiritual energy of 3 clams was equal to that of 1 green turtle. It was obvious that this big guy had no advantages except for its thick skin. Everybody exclaimed in shock. They knew this. This must be 200 kilograms. Uncle Nyo, that's awesome. Old Nyo, have you become a high-level fisher? The middle-aged man smiled innocently. I became a high-level fisher a few days ago. Everybody was congratulating him. Old Chin grabbed the middle-aged man's arm and asked, I've been stuck as a level 6 fisher for a long time. Do you want to make a breakthrough? The middle-aged man said, I'm curious too. I've always been a glutton. I don't know why, but I made a breakthrough the day before yesterday. Old Chin heaved a sigh. He was too old to be a high-level fisher for the rest of his life. Han Fei pricked his ears. So this was a high-level fisher. However, when he heard that Old Chin had been stuck as a level 6 fisher for half of his life, he clicked his tongue. Was cultivation really so difficult? As the saying goes, a worker must sharpen his tools to do a good job. I'll crush you after I improve my arts and my spiritual heritage. The middle-aged man caught a large green turtle, and everybody changed places again. One after another, half a day passed. Among the 8 of them, except for the youth who was about the same age as him, everyone else had completed the task. The sun was setting, and everyone even took out some sea melon seeds and started munching on them as they chatted. Suddenly the young man shouted, I've got one! I've got one! Han Fei looked at him gloomily, only to discover that everybody had finished their tasks. He had been sitting here for an entire day and used half a box of bait, but not a single fish the size of his palm had taken the bait. While Han Fei was mocking himself, an old fisher shouted that something was wrong. Old Chen's eyes almost popped out. Hurry up, boy. You can't catch that. The middle-aged man's face changed greatly. It's not a fish. It's a tentacle lobster. Chapter 5. Before the boy realized what was going on, the fishing rod had been retracted. The first thing that everybody saw was a pair of long tentacles. All the people on the boat waved their fishing rods at them. The middle-aged man roared, Cut it! One of the tentacles tied up one of the boy's arms. Han Fei was horrified, and the flesh on the boy's arm was ripped off. The boy wailed and leaned forward, half hanging on the edge of the boat. Old Chin screamed and grabbed the young man's leg, trying to drag him back, but a lobster tentacle had reached out to Old Chin at some point. Immediately, the middle-aged man slapped Old Chin with his fishing rod and pushed him back. In the next moment, the boy was dragged off the boat. Han Fei craned his neck boldly, only to sweat hard. The boy's head was gone. The tentacle lobster, on the other hand, had only 2 tentacles from head to tail. F*** CKU. Can I go back in time? Everybody on the boat looked awful. A boy had been dragged into the sea right before their eyes. There was no way he could survive. Although half of the tentacle lobster's tentacle had been smashed by the middle-aged man, it was much more important than a human life. Han Fei was pale. The boy had mocked him in the morning, and he had just caught a lot of blood. Now the boy was gone. He couldn't help but sigh. After all, he was just a kid. Han Fei's heart was pounding too. Yesterday, Wang Jie said that Tang Gu caught a tentacle lobster. How did Tang Gu catch such a dangerous killer lobster? Someone pondered for a moment and said, Let's report it to the Fishery Supervision Team. The Fishery Supervision Team was a team led by a fishing master who patrolled the fishery. The captain of the regular fishery was Wang Jie, who saved Han Fei yesterday. Very soon, Wang Jie arrived. He glanced at the crowd and did not stop looking at Han Fei when he saw him. Wang Jie looked awful. What happened? Everyone talked about the cause and effect. Wang Jia was slightly angry after listening to it. Bastard! Doesn't he know that the feeling of a tentacle lobster is different from that of a fish? How dare he retract his fishing rod? The middle-aged man said, Master, maybe he was too hasty. After all, the sun is setting. When he said this, Han Fei's face was even darker. I'm a famous gold digger in the sea. It's not like I haven't caught sharks before, let alone ordinary fish. But after sitting here for a whole day, I didn't even catch a single shrimp. It's so embarrassing. Wang Jia's face was gloomy. There has been some turmoil in the fishery recently. You're not the only one in trouble today. The other boat was even worse off. It encountered the snake belt, and 4 out of 8 people died. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a deep breath. The snake belt was something even more terrifying than the tentacle lobster. Fortunately, they hadn't encountered it. Otherwise, they might not have been any better off than that ship. An image appeared in Han Fei's mind. It was a light red fish. It looked like a snake, but its head was made up of teeth and it moved extremely fast in the sea. This type of fish was born with a preference for warmth. What they liked the most was to penetrate into the human body and swim around inside it. It was extremely terrifying. Han Fei finally understood why everybody liked low-level fishing boats. There was strength in numbers, and they could help each other in trouble. Otherwise, he would have been killed if he encountered a tentacle lobster. Wang Jia asked, Have you completed your tasks today? Yes, we have. Thank you for your concern, Master. Wang Jia looked at Han Fei indifferently. Where's your fish? Han Fei blushed. I didn't catch any. Wang Jia was stunned. He had been dragged into the water by a green turtle yesterday, but he didn't catch any fish today. He had never seen a fisherman who didn't catch any fish before. No matter how bad your fishing skills are, you should be able to catch yellow fish and white fish, even if you don't need to catch green turtles, right? The middle-aged man said quickly, Master, I'm told that he was dragged into the sea yesterday. He was probably too scared to make a move today. He'll be fine after a day. Wang Jia snorted. Useless. You're already like this after a little fright. What can we expect from you in the future? Han Fei didn't say anything. He was rather stunned too. Was it really because of his unstable hook? Wang Jia said, Whatever the reason, we can't break the rules. You don't have to go back tonight. You can spend the night on the sea. Everybody felt sorry for him. Ulchin said, Master, he's still a growing child. It'll be dangerous to leave him on the boat, won't it? Wang Jia said solemnly, Every dangling fisher is in danger. This is an ocean full of cannibals. Blood and sacrifice are commonplace in the level 1 fishery. We can't let this go easily. You leave with me. Han Fei, you stay. Remember, if you make a move at night, don't make it deeper than 3 meters. Otherwise, don't blame me if you don't see the sun tomorrow. The other fishermen all felt sorry for him. Few fishing masters dared to spend the night on the sea alone, not to mention Han Fei, who wasn't even 12. The middle-aged man heaved a sigh and gave the remaining half-box of bait to Han Fei. Remember what the fishing master said. Don't make a move deeper than 3 meters. Old Chin took out a piece of dried fish and half a bottle of water from his pocket and gave them to Han Fei. Be careful. Someone even gave Han Fei a rough iron dagger and said, Use it for self-defense. Han Fei thanked them one by one. Han Fei couldn't help but feel touched by their generosity in times of crisis. Wang Jia left the fishing boat to Han Fei and left with the others. Han Fei knew that they were not trying to kill him, but using him as a bad example. For example, they could tell the fishermen that it was a disgrace to the fishermen that they didn't even catch 300 kilograms of fish today. As for the boat, it wouldn't be lost. A regular fishery had a radius of 1,000 kilometers. It was barely possible for an insignificant fisherman to lose his boat. After everybody left, Han Fei couldn't have been more upset. He grabbed the dried fish that Old Chin left for him. Although it was stinky, he chewed it anyway. Having not eaten anything for a day, he was already starving. The dried fish was not big in the first place, but Han Fei devoured it in no time. The sun was setting, and the sky was slightly dark. An enormous full moon the size of the sun rose on the horizon. Next to the full moon were two companion moons that were much smaller. The three moons rose at the same time. It was a beautiful but weird view. Very soon it was completely dark. The waves on the sea were not high. There was no other color on the surface of the sea except for the reflection of the bright moon. My hook is unstable. Han Fei remembered the middle-aged man's words and thought of the immobility technique in soul fishing. Soul fishing was a cultivation technique, and the immobility technique was the most basic fishing technique in the first chapter. It was not that Han Fei had not studied it before. During the day, when he could not catch any fish, he had already watched it 7 or 8 times. However, the content in the book was too simple. The body, the rod, and the heart were as still as water without ripples. It sounded simple, but who could stand still like a statue? Han Fei cast his hook again, only to have no effect. All of a sudden, Han Fei felt that his wrist began to heat up. He hurriedly rolled up his sleeves and discovered that the gourd-shaped imprint was glowing faintly. Then he felt spiritual energy falling on his wrist and entering his body. He could feel it, just like the flow of air entering his body when he breathed. Spiritual energy is automatically drawn into my body? Immediately, Han Fei put away the fishing rod and sat cross-legged. He didn't know why the gourd suddenly began to absorb spiritual energy, but it was a good thing. Wouldn't it help his cultivation? He activated his technique and hid the mysterious mental technique in his chest and abdomen. The introduction of soul fishing appeared in his head. Cut off the spiritual energy of the heavens, seize the fortune of the heavens, and use the body as the sea. Refine the soul with the soul, and form the sea of the soul. Han Fei began to cultivate according to his memory. However, as soon as he started, he felt that the gourd on his wrist suddenly trembled, and the spiritual energy it attracted was several times more than before. If someone saw Han Fei cultivating like this, they would think that he was crazy. Who dared to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon directly? The slightest carelessness could lead to qi deviation, and that would be incurable. However, Han Fei felt very comfortable. Why didn't he have this feeling last night? At this moment, Han Fei felt that he was bathed in a soft brilliance. It was so comfortable that he didn't even want to move. Gotcha! Half an hour later, Han Fei felt that something at the bottom of his heart was broken. He felt refreshed and energetic. Is this the so-called breakthrough? Han Fei looked at the demon purification pot. The data had indeed changed. Demon purification pot owner Han Fei level 3, beginner fisher, spiritual energy greater than 60, spiritual heritage level 1, incomplete upgradable, main art, soul fishing, restorable. Han Fei was rather surprised. Wasn't the breakthrough too easy? Wasn't it said that one couldn't make a minor breakthrough after years of cultivation? How did he make a breakthrough after cultivating for less than half an hour? The moment he made the breakthrough, Han Fei realized that if his hands had the strength of dozens of kilograms just now, it was definitely more than 100 kilograms at this moment. He felt that he was full of strength. Han Fei was about to continue his cultivation when he heard splashing sounds on the surface of the sea. Dozens of big fish were struggling in the water near the boat. They did not leave until dozens of minutes later, as if they were asking why the spiritual energy was suddenly cut off. Han Fei, on the other hand, was thrilled. The spiritual energy was like a stimulant. Could it be that even the fish could sense it when I was cultivating? But why don't you jump onto my boat? Don't just jump in the water, okay? Seeing that there were fewer and fewer fish, Han Fei hurried to put a green bait on the hook and cast it. When was he going to cast it, if not now? There was no telling if it was because Han Fei was in a good mood that his luck was particularly good, but he felt an enormous force on his hand the moment the hook was cast. Han Fei immediately roared and grabbed the fishing rod. Having no time to catch the fish, he simply pulled it with brute force. Chapter 6. The hook was shaking hard and fast. Confirming that it wasn't a tentacle lobster, Han Fei pulled it without any worries. Maybe it was because its level was too low. Han Fei almost let go of the fishing rod several times. Finally, after several minutes, a yellow fish was pulled out of the water by Han Fei. Although this yellow croaker wasn't as big as the one Old Chin caught, it was at least 80 to 90 centimeters long. It was definitely a big fish. Data popped up in his eyes. Name yellow fish level 3 quality regular spiritual energy 6 points effect. It can increase one's vitality if it's eaten over a long period of time. Absorbable, ha ha ha. You think you can stop me from fishing? It's just a yellow fish. I'll catch 10 more of them. Han Fei hurried to thread the bait and cast the hook. Because of the density of the fish, the bait was very fast. Unfortunately, the fish were too strong and the hook fell off. Not even a shrimp was caught. Han Fei recalled how Old Chin pulled the fish at that time. It seemed that he transmitted spiritual energy to the fishing rod, and then the fishing rod spun and caught the fish. Was there any principle behind it? Han Fei tried it. The fishing rod in his hand seemed to have become part of his body. Han Fei could even vaguely sense the fish's movement in the water through the fishing line. Wow, so amazing! At this moment, Han Fei realized why Old Chin turned the fishing rod. It was a fishing technique that made it easier for the hook to catch the fish's mouth. After familiarizing himself with the usage, Han Fei soon pulled out a second yellow fish, but it was obviously much smaller than the first one. But Han Fei didn't care. It weighed at least 50 kilograms, and his daily task was 300 kilograms. However, to Han Fei's surprise, he spent 5 points of spiritual energy after only one fishing session. However, this yellow fish only contained 5 points of spiritual energy, which was too much. No, this is a huge loss. Won't I be fishing for nothing? Han Fei gritted his teeth. He had to catch more fish, or he wouldn't be able to return to the floating island if he couldn't pay the fish tax. In less than half an hour, another fish was hooked. Han Fei estimated that it was normal. The fish must have gathered because of the gathering of spiritual energy. This time, Han Fei had learned his lesson. Once a fish bit the bait, the first thing he did was not to pull. First, he gathered the spiritual energy in his hand and directed it to the fishing rod. Then he closed his eyes and felt where the fish were struggling. Finally, he turned around and caught a fish. Of course, not everyone would succeed this time. In more than 4 hours, Han Fei cast the hook no less than 10 times and caught no more than 7 or 8 fish, including 2 white fish. Another 2 hours passed. It was very late at night. The wind blew on the surface of the sea, and the temperature dropped. The box of bait worms had been emptied, and there was only one left. There were 8 or 9 yellow croakers swimming in his cabin. Of course, it was also fortunate that they were all yellow croakers, or they might not have been able to defeat a green turtle. After fishing the last one, he called it a day. Suddenly, Han Fei remembered that Wang Jie said that the hook couldn't exceed 3 meters. Could it be that he would catch something else beyond 3 meters? Han Fei rolled his eyes and thought to himself, it should be okay to give it a try. After all, the difference between 3 meters above and 3 meters below shouldn't be that big. Can't I just exceed it by a little? After all, yellow croakers were the lowest level fish. Maybe I should try a green turtle. This time, Han Fei intentionally cast a little more fishing line. He thought that there should be a green turtle 3 meters below. As it turned out, the fishing line moved the moment Han Fei put down the hook. Shoot! Can a fish below 3 meters take the bait so quickly? Han Fei was delighted. Was the speed of a fish biting the hook related to the depth of the water? Han Fei immediately pulled the hook with all his might, but after a long time, his hand suddenly felt light. The fishing line snapped, and he fell heavily onto the boat. Damn you, Zhang Han. You're always giving me substandard goods. However, in the dim moonlight, Han Fei saw a flash of coldness in the sky. It was a weird fish 1/2 meter long that darted at him. Shoot! Han Fei's first impression was that it was a blade fish. Did he run into a blade fish? So the fishing line was cut by a blade fish? Even a 3-year-old child knew that a blade fish had a knife on its back. The knife could be made into a weapon, and it could be sold at a high price. The blade fish's knife could be detached from its body. The cold light that Han Fei saw was exactly a knife. Oh my God! Han Fei hurried to turn the fishing rod over. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the fishing rod was broken, and Han Fei fell back due to the huge inertia. Thankfully, the knife flew past his face and stabbed into the wood. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. He almost fell. If he hadn't fallen, wouldn't he have been cut into halves? He regretted that he should have listened to him. Why did he put the hook 3 meters below the water? He saw the blade fish crashing at him. Hoo! Han Fei rolled around on the boat, grabbed the fishing rod, and swatted at it. BM! Han Fei's arm was numb. The fish was too strong. Then Han Fei found that the knife that was stabbed into the wood was shivering, as if it were trying to get out of the wood. What? You can take back the knife that you shot out? Brother, you can go. I won't fish you anymore, okay? Han Fei was sure that even sharks weren't as ferocious as this fish. More importantly, this fish had skills and made him look like a dagger. He didn't believe that his body could be tougher than the fishing rod. If he was really cut by the knife, he would be the fastest traveler in history. Knowing that he couldn't avoid it, Han Fei suddenly thought of something. Since spiritual energy could be poured into the fishing rod, could it be used as a weapon? In the blink of an eye, Han Fei grabbed the broken fishing rod and directed spiritual energy to the fishing rod, stabbing it at the fish's head. Poochie! BM! Han Fei felt that his chest was hit by a big stone again, and he hit the boat again. He had a sweet taste in his mouth. Did he vomit blood because of the collision? The next moment, he felt that a heavy fish was on top of him. Cough, cough! Damn it! Why are the fish here so dangerous? The fishing rod was stabbed into the blade fish's mouth. Perhaps the blade fish was too strong and killed itself, so Han Fei survived. After a while, Han Fei finally felt better. He felt that he had used up all his strength. His body was limp, and his wrists were numb and burning. Han Fei was lost for words. No wonder most people didn't like to fish for blade fish. It turned out that they could really die. Name: blade fish, level 6, quality, regular, dead, spiritual energy greater than 22 points, effect. It can increase one's vitality if it's eaten over a long period of time. Collectible, shoddy fin knife, absorbable. That's it? Shoddy? So what if it's not shoddy? Han Fei breathed heavily and was lost for words. He had consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and his wrists were stinging. He lowered his head, only to see that the calabash on his wrist was glowing again. Vaguely, he saw a streak of green light running from the blade fish into the calabash, only to be gone in the blink of an eye. Did the calabash absorb the spiritual energy? Gulialu, Han Fei was very hungry at this moment. He quickly picked up the dead blade fish and cut off a piece of meat, only to find that the meat was unpalatable without spiritual energy. Not only was it fishy, but it also had no texture. Thankfully, his hunger was greatly reduced. He looked at the demon purification pot, only to find that there were only 2 points of spiritual energy left. Han Fei was lost for words. The spiritual energy that the calabash absorbed was not counted as his reserve. Having no choice, Han Fei could only take out a yellow fish from the cabin to absorb it. What a waste! What a shame! It's dozens of kilograms. Chapter 7. The fishing rod was broken. Han Fei was so poor that he didn't even have a fishing rod anymore. The only things left in his hands were a broken dagger and a shoddy fin knife stuck in the wood. Gloomily, Han Fei took out a white fish from the fish cabin and began to make sashimi. The taste is not bad. The meat is tight and it actually feels like beef. Han Fei was slightly surprised. This meat could totally be made into sashimi. The taste of blood was very light and the meat was refreshing. He thought that the white fish would be worse than fish such as yellow fish and blade fish, but it turned out to be better than he expected. Soon, half of the white fish was eaten. To Han Fei's surprise, his spiritual energy increased from 20 to 23. Han Fei was stunned. Didn't they say that the white fish only had 3 points of spiritual energy? He had only eaten half of it. Han Fei finished the remaining half of the white fish, and his spiritual energy became 26 points, which made his lips twitch. Han Fei didn't know that people here would be in a very relaxed state when they ate. Not only could they absorb the spiritual energy of the seafood itself, but they could also promote their body to absorb the free spiritual energy. At this point, the sky was slightly white. It should be dawn soon. The night passed peacefully. Han Fei sat cross-legged and continued his cultivation. His wrist began to heat up again, and he felt that there was a steady flow of spiritual energy into his body, but the amount of spiritual energy was obviously much lower. Why is it so little? Han Fei opened his eyes in surprise, only to find that the 3 moons had almost disappeared, leaving only a smear of white. The speed of spiritual energy absorption is related to the 3 moons. More than half an hour later, it was dawn. The crimson sun appeared on the horizon, and a ray of morning light poured in. In an instant, Han Fei, who was still cultivating, felt that his body trembled, and the spiritual energy from the void suddenly surged. It was just a small stream just now, but at this moment, Han Fei felt that spiritual energy was surging into his body like a river. Hiss, it's a bit much. Han Fei sweated on his forehead, and the calabash suddenly appeared on his wrist. After only a few seconds, Han Fei felt that his whole body was about to be burned. Ouch! It hurts. Han Fei felt that his wrist was suddenly burning. He quickly stopped cultivating and opened his eyes, only to see that his wrist was smoking and purple light was reflected on it. Before he could get up, a ball of flame suddenly burned on his wrist. Hiss! Hot, hot, hot! Han Fei immediately got up and put his hand into the water in the cabin. Han Fei looked at the demon purification pot, only to find that his spiritual energy had increased from 26 to 108. Was it because of the purple light just now? While Han Fei was thinking, he suddenly staggered. The sea was boiling. The surface of the sea suddenly bulged, and there were waves in the distance. But those were not real waves. Han Fei saw countless fins swimming towards his boat. Pitter-patter, a lot of fish began to jump for joy. First, a few small white fish hit Han Fei's face. But not just that, the yellow fish hit his stomach and made him curl like a shrimp. Before he realized what was going on, he saw a tentacle lobster flying in midair. F***CK, your mother! Not daring to look at it for one more second, Han Fei swooshed into a fish cabin and immediately closed the cover of the fish cabin. Han Fei felt that his heart was pounding. He seemed to have done something incredible that caused a riot on the surface of the sea. Soon after he closed the cover of the fish cabin, Peepa. There was no telling how many fish fell on the deck, and there was the sound of the tentacle lobster crawling on the deck. Han Fei even saw the tentacles of the tentacle lobster sweeping back and forth through the gaps on the deck. Crack! Han Fei was about to see what was going on outside through the gaps, when with a swish, a knife scratched the cover of the cabin and stabbed into it. Then he heard the sound of whips lashing the air and stones hitting the hull of the boat. Han Fei's ears were filled with noises. Guru, that's dangerous. The tentacle lobster, the blade fish, and the green turtle are all here? Several minutes later, with a crack, a lobster leg pierced through the cover of the cabin. Master Lobster, big brother, let's go. Han Fei even held his breath. If a tentacle lobster were to come in, he would be cut into pieces. Huh. Wait, can I suck it? Han Fei immediately hugged the shrimp leg and wouldn't let go no matter what. Suck it. Demon purification pot. Suck it to death. Bam! The cover of the fish cabin was almost lifted. At first, the tentacle lobster resisted violently and smashed its tentacles on the deck, almost lifting the cover several times. But its struggle grew weaker and weaker, and the lobster leg lost its strength. Han Fei was overjoyed. Sure enough, the demon purification pot worked. About 5 minutes later, Han Fei sensed that the lobster leg in his arms stopped struggling. The spiritual energy in its body must have been absorbed by him. That's what you get for acting tough outside. Now, you want to come to the cabin? Are you out of your mind? Or am I too weak to lift my knife? Han Fei cursed. After another 5 minutes, the noises on the deck finally died down. Many fish seemed to be hopping back to the sea. At this moment, Han Fei finally dared to open the cover a little bit. A yellow fish was scared by Han Fei and bumped its head into Han Fei's head. Han Fei was almost in tears because of the pain. Confirming that there were no dangerous creatures on board, Han Fei jumped out of the fish cabin. The deck was a mess. Many yellow fish and white fish had been cut into countless pieces. Even a blade fish had been cut into halves. Apart from that, the stones on the ship were all thrown by the green turtles. He could see that at least 3 green turtles were dead on the deck. Some were cut by knives. Some were cut into halves. Han Fei was shocked by the scene. How tough was the tentacle lobster that it could cut green turtles apart? Han Fei turned around and looked at the tentacle lobster that was more than 3 meters long. It looked like a cooked lobster, except that its head was particularly big, its body was particularly short, and its tentacles were particularly long. Its eyes were like 2 pieces of dry wood. At this moment, it collapsed on the deck. But then Han Fei was overjoyed. His spiritual energy had increased to 156, which meant that the tentacle lobster had provided him with 48 points of spiritual energy, which was almost as much as a bowl of swallowed spirit soup. Besides, this was an 8-person boat with 8 fish cabins. Except for the deck and the cabin that he was hiding in, almost all the cabins were filled with fish. Han Fei swore that he had never felt so good before. He had caught a dozen fish after a day and a night, but they were not as many as the fish that jumped onto the boat on their own in the past 5 minutes. The fish that jumped onto the boat on their own were still mine. He suddenly felt like a nouveau riche. Ha ha ha! Han Fei burst into laughter. With dark circles under his eyes, he counted with his fingers and mumbled to himself. There are a lot of white fish. It's not a problem for the calabash to swallow 40 or 50 of them. There are a lot of yellow fish, too. It should swallow 20 or 30 of them. Huh. Why is the water in this fish cabin red? When Han Fei was about to look at the fish cabin, he saw a long thing passing through it. Shoot! Han Fei subconsciously kicked the cover and hurried to seal it. If his guess was correct, it should be a snake belt. It was exactly the snake belt that killed half of the people on the boat yesterday. If it escaped, Han Fei wouldn't be able to deal with it, and it might leave a hole in his body. Han Fei made up his mind to ask the tough guys to open the cabin after he returned to the port. So, holding the yellow fish in his right hand and the green turtle in his right, Han Fei kicked the bodies off the boat after he absorbed the spiritual energy. Although he knew that he could sell them after he absorbed all the spiritual energy, it was not as important as his secrets. A dozen minutes later, Han Fei looked at the demon purification pot again. Demon purification pot owner Han Fei, level 3. Beginner fisher, spiritual energy greater than 814.60. Spiritual heritage, level 1, incomplete, upgradable. Main art, soul fishing, chapter 1. Immovable technique. Han Fei looked at the 814 points of spiritual energy in shock. It meant that he had absorbed almost 700 points of spiritual energy from more than 100 fish. Han Fei breathed heavily. There was no upper limit to the superposition of spiritual energy in the demon purification pot. At this moment, Han Fei was basking in the sun on the deck, secretly delighted. He had thought that it would take a long time before he could accumulate 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Who could have thought that one night was enough? Should I try again tomorrow night? What Han Fei didn't know was that if he told others about this, people would definitely think that this guy was crazy. How dare he cultivate under the rising sun? If it were a normal person, they would be burned to ashes in an instant. After cleaning the boat and leaving traces on purpose, he cut off the tentacles and kicked the whole lobster into the water. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to explain why such a huge lobster was intact. The sun had risen, and fishing boats were descending from the sky one after another. Chapter 8. Wang Jie arrived with 2 members of the supervisory team. Wang Jie did not care whether Han Fei was all right or not, nor did he notice the dark circles on Han Fei's eyes. He and his 2 subordinates were shocked to see the mess on Han Fei's boat. What happened? Han Fei said, "Well, Master, I was having a good sleep in the morning when the surface of the water surged and many fish jumped to the boat automatically. So I hid in the fish cabin. When I came out, it was already like this. It must have been caused by the tentacle lobsters." Han Fei spoke innocently, as could be seen from the dark circles on his eyes. Han Fei pointed at his eyes and said, "They were hit by the yellow fish." Wang Jie frowned. Was it a minor fish tide? That shouldn't be the case. Wang Jie stared at Han Fei. Could a minor fish tide survive by hiding in the fish cabin? Wang Jie didn't have an answer for a moment. He made a mental note to inform everybody to be careful in the fishery. Then Wang Jie asked, "There's a blade fish, but why are there so few fish in the fish cabin?" Han Fei said, "Sir, some of the fish cabins were closed in the first place, so few fish jumped into the fish cabins on their own." Someone behind Wang Jie said enviously, "There are dozens of fish, as well as blade fish and green turtles. That's enough for you to pay the fish tax for 2 months." Han Fei chuckled. "Sir, I suspected that there was a snake belt in the cabin, so I covered it. I didn't dare to look at it." "A snake belt?" Both of Wang Jie's subordinates exclaimed. If it was a snake belt, it would be good stuff. Why was this guy so lucky? A minor fish tide? Even a snake belt jumped onto the boat? Wang Jie widened his eyes and said in a hurry, "All of you back off." Han Fei quickly hid behind them. If the snake belt escaped, he would kill them first. Wang Jie walked to the fish cabin and lifted the cover with his foot. In the blink of an eye, a black shadow jumped out, only to hear Wang Jie shout, his hand emitting a faint light, lightning fast grasping. The snake belt changed its direction in midair and bit at Wang Jie's chest. All the teeth on the snake belt's head were opened, which was quite horrifying for Han Fei. Bang! An invisible barrier suddenly appeared in front of Wang Jie, blocking the incoming snake belt. Pa! Wang Jie's shining palm slammed down. The snake belt was slapped on the deck, but it still had the strength to run away. Then Wang Jie pulled out the fishing rod behind him at lightning speed, and then threw the hook out, directly hooking it back. With another slap, Snakebite finally fainted. Han Fei was dumbfounded. How could a fish be so fierce? Even a fishing master needed several strikes to kill it? Wang Jie glanced at it. Not bad. Han Fei, this snake belt is very dangerous. It's useless to you. How about selling it to me? Hearing this, Han Fei rolled his eyes. Since master wants it, take it. It's a gift from me. Wang Jie said solemnly, let's be clear. This is a mid-quality pearl. It's barely worth a snake belt. He would be lying if he said he was not tempted by the mid-quality pearls. One mid-quality pearl was equivalent to 100 low-quality pearls, which was equivalent to 10,000 sea coins. But did he dare to take a mid-quality pearl? In less than 2 days, he would be extorted by others. So Han Fei quickly waved his hand and said, "Master, the snake belt jumped onto the deck on its own anyway, and I can't catch it. You don't need a mid-quality pearl. Of course, if you feel bad, and my fishing rod happened to be destroyed last night, do you think you can give me a fishing rod?" The two supervisors found it even harder to believe their ears. "What? You're giving up a mid-quality pearl just like that?" Wang Jie himself was a little surprised, a 12-year-old child, and he also knew that this was a poor child. He could resist the temptation of a mid-quality pearl under such circumstances. If he were more talented, well, in fact, even if Han Fei didn't say that, he would have suggested Han Fei to exchange it for a fishing rod and a weapon, which were far more useful than a mid-quality pearl. Otherwise, he might not have been able to keep the mid-quality pearl. Wang Jie nodded. "That's good. Although it's not your own ability, you've paid the fish tax this time. You can go back now. Remember, this is a lesson for you. You must work hard on your fishing skills in the future." Han Fei said, "Yes, master." Wang Jie charged the boat with some spiritual energy and said to someone behind him, "Song Fei, please send him back." That was kind of favor. If Han Fei took the mid-quality pearl, he wouldn't have the favor anymore. It would be none of his business whether or not Han Fei would be tricked at the port. The boat rose to the sky, and Han Fei glanced at the supervisor, who was looking at the blade fish that had been cut in half. Han Fei immediately rolled his eyes. "Brother, may I know your name?" The supervisor said indifferently, "Song Fei." Han Fei said, "Brother Song, this blade fish was cut by the tentacle lobster. I can't deal with it at all. Brother Song seems to like it very much. Why don't I give it to you?" Huh. Song Fei was stunned. He had earned a blade fish after a trip up and down. Although the blade fish was not a precious fish species, it was very rare, especially the knife on its back. It was extremely sharp. If it was made into a dagger, it could cut anything in the ordinary fishery except for the gluttonous ghost. Song Fei asked, "You'll give it to me?" Han Fei said, "As long as you like it, Brother Song." It jumped onto the boat on its own anyway. I can't catch it. Song Fei was quite tempted, but he didn't want to refuse. After all, it was a free blade fish. Song Fei said, "Hey, you're quite clever, little guy. Fine, I'll accept this blade fish. Nobody will dare to cheat you of your fish at the port." Han Fei said, "Thank you, Brother Song." Then Han Fei began to clean the boat and jumped into the fish cabin where the snake belt was. Song Fei asked, "What are you doing?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Brother Song, this boat is a mess, especially this fish cabin. Because of the snake belt, there are pieces of fish meat everywhere. I'm cleaning it right now." Song Fei shook his head, speechless. The meat is already in such a mess. No one would want it. Just drain the blood from the side. Someone will clean it up when we get to the port. Han Fei agreed, but the pieces were spiritual energy too. It would be a waste if he didn't take them. However, Song Fei didn't know that the spiritual energy in the dirty water in the fish cabin was quickly disappearing. Dozens of minutes later, Han Fei cleaned the boat again. Song Fei said, "You're quite diligent, but your level is too low. Buy a bottle of fish head body polishing fluid after your fish are sold, or it will be hard for you to pass the fishing trial." "Oh, sure." Han Fei replied absent-mindedly. He was quite bummed that the fish pieces were not valuable at all. All the fish pieces added up only cost him 142 points of spiritual energy. The female registrar didn't even blink when she saw Han Fei. She asked coldly, "You survived? That's not bad." "Huh. So many fish." Song Fei said, "Shao Qin, this boy was lucky to run into a fish tide. He was safe only because he hid in the fish cabin. Look, it's a bumper harvest." The female registrar smiled. "Okay, I'll take the tax of 300 caddies of fish. You can deal with the rest yourself." Han Fei's heart was bleeding. 300 caddies of yellow fish. It was all money. Song Fei said, "Don't feel bad. Look at how much you have left. There are at least 2,000 caddies and a knife. That's half a month's hard work for other people." Han Fei said, "Brother Song, I don't feel bad at all. I'm just afraid that Sister Qin will blame me for dirtying the boat." Both the female registrar and Song Fei were dumbfounded by what he said. Both of them were lost for words. How could you say such shameless words? Speaking shamelessly was one thing, but the purpose of flattery was to let the other party know that you were flattering them without making them angry. You didn't want to win their favor, but you didn't want them to hate you. When the boat came to a complete stop, people immediately rushed to him. Most of them greeted Song Fei and asked, "Boy, I'll take all the yellow fish you have. I'll give you a fair price, 20 sea coins each." Someone immediately dragged it away. "Boy, don't listen to the skinny guy. Give them to me. 30 sea coins each. You'll definitely make a profit." Someone pulled a green turtle and said, "Boy, I want the green turtles. 10 low-quality pearls each." Someone pointed at the little white fish and said, "I'll take all the little white fish. 12 sea coins each." Chapter 9. Han Fei sneered in his heart. "Wang Jie offered a mid-quality spiritual bead, but you only offered me a few low-quality pearls. I'd be a fool to sell it to you." Han Fei looked at Song Fei, and Song Fei snorted. "Be quiet and follow the rules. Yellow croakers cost 8 sea coins per kilogram. White fish cost 4 sea coins per kilogram, and green turtles cost 20 sea coins per kilogram. I'm not selling that knife. Leave now if you want it." Song Fei sneered. "You even want my saber? What are you thinking?" Everyone was shocked. Song Fei was actually supporting this kid. Where did this kid come from? Those who knew Han Fei were very surprised. Wasn't this the Han Fei who was so poor that he couldn't even hear a bell? What ability did he have to get the supervisory team to back him up? If he bought it at the regular price, many people who came to ask for a bargain immediately dispersed. On the other hand, one of the bigger merchants said, "Whatever Captain Song says." "Kid, I'll weigh for you." Very soon, all the fish were weighed except for the yellow fish that he kept for himself. He got 1,480 sea coins in total, which was equivalent to 148 low-quality pearls and less than 1.5 mid-quality pearls. Among them, the main value came from the green turtle, which was very expensive. But 148 low-quality pearls was enough to make many people jealous. Many gangsters in the port inadvertently glanced at them. Han Fei had a headache after receiving the money. He had to spend the money as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be blackmailed the next day. Song Fei knew it too, so he took Han Fei to Wang Jie's shop. As a fishing master, Wang Jie was naturally qualified to open a shop, which was located in the central area of this area. In the shop, Song Fei said, "Old Guan, I brought you some business." An ordinary-looking but shrewd old man smiled and said, "Little brother Song, didn't you go to work with my lord today? Why do you have time to come here?" Song Fei said a few words to the old man. Immediately, the old man smiled and said, "Well said, well said. Young man, it's not easy for you to survive the small fish tide. Since my master promised to give you a fishing rod, I naturally can't let him down. All the fishing rods in the shop are marked with a price. You can take anything lower than a mid-grade spiritual bead." Han Fei didn't know the quality of the pearls, but after a glance he found that most of them were 18 or 28 low-quality pearls. The more advanced ones cost 58 or 68 low-quality pearls, and the more advanced ones cost 88 low-quality pearls. But there were only a dozen of them. As for those that were priced over 88, there were only 3 in total. One was priced at 128, one was priced at 168, and one was priced at 188. Han Fei rolled his eyes and asked, "Elder Guan, can I have the one that costs 128 low-quality pearls? Oh, I can pay more." Song Fei and Old Guan seemed to understand. Who wouldn't want a good fishing rod? In fact, They believed that Han Fei would go for 188. After all, he was rich. Han Fei calculated that he still had 120 low-quality pearls, which was still too much. Master Guan, do you have fish head body polishing fluid in your shop? Old Guan was surprised. Yes, but one bottle costs 1 mid-grade bead. Are you sure you want to buy it? Han Fei said yes. Song Fei said, Old Guan, this boy is not bad, but he's too weak. He'll be gone in a day, with so much money. Old Guan nodded. It did make sense. A random gangster could take care of someone as weak as Han Fei. Although robbery was forbidden on the floating island, there were plenty of ways to bully someone. Old Guan carefully took out a bottle of bright green liquid from a box and said, This is a treasure. Even in our shop, there are only a few bottles of it. Remember, you must train yourself after you drink it. It will only last 6 hours at most. Han Fei carefully put it in his pocket. Thank you, Master Guan. When he left the shop, he was carrying an iron fishing rod worth 128 low-quality pearls and a black iron dagger worth 8 low-quality pearls. It wasn't that Han Fei didn't want the blade fish dagger, but that it would be hard to explain if he took out his remaining dagger. Song Fei said, Okay, you're out of money. Prepare some food. I'm going back. Then Song Fei left. Han Fei quickly went to Zhang Han's shop from the main road to the fish market not far away from the floating island. Zhang Han was chatting with someone while eating sea melon seeds. He was surprised to see Han Fei. Hey, you're still alive? Han Fei grinned. I almost didn't make it back. Thanks to your safety, I'm here to pay you back immediately. When Han Fei took out 12 low-quality pearls, Zhang Han was stunned. This kid is awesome. He was rich after a night on the sea. Huh. Wait, he's holding a fine iron fishing rod in his hand? That's a good fishing rod. Zhang Han took a deep breath and said, You're the one who survived the small fish tide? Han Fei said with a silly smile, I was just lucky. Zhang Han was lost for words. He cursed. You're really lucky to have survived. The people in the port were all talking about you. I'm told that you made a fortune. TSK, an iron fishing rod? Zhang Han was very jealous. He almost wanted to rob Han Fei, but it wasn't a low-quality spiritual pearl that he couldn't get. If Han Fei complained to the supervisory team, he wouldn't be able to get away with it. Zhang Han said, All right, you still have money. Don't you want to buy 2 packets of bait? It's only 1 low-quality spiritual pearl per box. Han Fei sneered. Do you really think I'm an idiot? It's only 80 sea coins in other places. But on the surface, Han Fei said with a smile, Manager Zhang, I have 8 low-quality spiritual pearls left. I'm going to buy bait and some clams. Can you get some for me? Zhang Han's eyes glittered. Hey, you're a smart kid. I guarantee that I'll give you a good price. So, when Han Fei returned home, he carried dozens of clams and 2 boxes of bait. Obviously, Han Fei had lost 2 more low-quality pearls. But that was not a big deal. A few low-quality pearls were nothing compared to his harvest today. When Han Fei was about to reach home, a few gangsters showed up. As Han Fei expected, he was spotted the moment he left the port and had been tailing him until now. A sinister fatty cracked his knuckles and said, Brat, I heard that your luck is very good. You sold more than 100 low-quality pearls today. Is it time for you to pay the protection fee this month? Han Fei's face was gloomy. He had never heard of protection fees before. Han Fei grinned. Brothers, I did earn a lot of money, but I spent it all. I don't have a single sea coin on me now. The fatty burst into fury. Liar. You spent all 148 low-quality pearls in 2 hours. Are you kidding me? You're not giving us face, are you? Han Fei was alarmed. They even knew how many pearls he had sold. Raising his fishing rod and clams, Han Fei said, Brother, I did spend them. You know that I was lucky enough to avoid the fish tide today. I happened to run into a snake belt, which I offered to Master Wang Jie. That's why Master Wang asked Brother Song Fei to bring me back and spend it in his shop. Look, I've spent all my money. The gangsters were dumbfounded. What? Master Wang Jie asked you to spend it? Not to mention that the gangsters were not smart. The faces of the few people turned green at this moment. Sure enough, it also required strength to trick people. Not only did Master Wang Jie trick the guy into spending the snake belt, but he also tricked the guy into spending it in his shop. As a result, all the money went into the guy's pocket. What a cunning scheme! But the fatty said angrily, "How can you not have a single C coin?" Han Fei said, "I just returned 12 low-quality pearls to Director Zhang. Oh, I also bought 2 boxes of bait and dozens of clams from Director Zhang's shop. My remaining 20 low-quality pearls are all gone. I don't have a single C coin left." The fatty was lost for words. Are you an idiot? He had just escaped from the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den. Could it be that Zhang Han looked like a good person? 20 low-quality pearls for so little stuff? Then Han Fei patted his pocket and said, "Brother, look, there's really not a single C coin left. Why don't you take whatever I have in my house? Or I'll give it to you first when I have money next month." The fatty slapped Han Fei's shoulder angrily. "Brat, be smarter next time. In 7 days, I don't care how you do it, you'll pay me 10 low-quality pearls as a protection fee. If it's too little, I'll show you why corals are so red." Han Fei said palely, "Okay, of course. Brother, take care." The fatty snorted and said, "Brothers, let's go. Come back in 7 days." After the gangsters left, Han Fei sneered. Chapter 10. Having just returned home, Han Fei didn't take the fish head body polishing fluid in a hurry. It was just a body refining drug that could strengthen his body and increase his chances of survival at sea. Han Fei cut the yellow croaker into many pieces and wanted to make some dishes, but there was no seasoning at home except for salt. "Fine, I'll steam it." An hour later, he was full. Han Fei glanced at the demon purification pot. Demon purification pot owner Han Fei, level 3. Beginner fisher. Spiritual energy greater than 996. 60. Spiritual heritage, level 1. Incomplete, upgradable. Main art, soul fishing, chapter 1. Immobility technique. Han Fei clicked on the art option. It showed existing art, soul fishing, incomplete. Level 1, immobility technique, incomplete. Note, the first general art from the ancient times has been incomplete. It will cost 1,000 points of spiritual energy to complete it. Deduced art, void fishing completion, 48/1000. Han Fei grinned. Void fishing technique? Let me see how good you are. Upgrade. He only felt a burst of golden light before his eyes, followed by countless complicated words appearing in his mind. The opening words: "The spiritual sea is boundless. It absorbs the essence of billions of creatures and condenses it into the primordial sea. It controls the soul sea, intercepts the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish the body, and seizes the fortune of the world to consolidate the soul." The moment this cultivation method was completed, thunder rumbled in the clear sky. Clouds and rain began to fall for thousands of miles. In an instant, heavy rain poured down for thousands of miles. Almost at the same time, in a floating city 10,000 kilometers away, someone was standing proudly in the void, calculating with his fingers. An anomaly is happening in the village under my jurisdiction. Then he stepped out, pointed at the void, and wrote an edict in the void with his hand as a pen. From today on, the resource supply of all villages and towns will be doubled. All academies, pay close attention to the talented people. Report to me immediately if you find a genius. At this moment, almost everybody in the Heavenly Water Village was running home. They were waiting for the rain. The floating island had always been short of fresh water, and most of the drinking water came from rainwater. Only a small number of fishing masters, could practice the water-gathering technique and collect water from the void. According to Han Fei's personality, as soon as it started to rain, he would take all the water containers out of the house to wait for the rain. But at this moment, Han Fei's face was pale. He didn't care whether it was raining or not. The moment the mysterious words appeared in his head, Han Fei felt like a deflated balloon. He clearly sensed that he had dropped to the level of a level 2 fisher. Han Fei was almost in tears. I've upgraded my technique. Shouldn't my strength soar, and then I'll counterattack and reach the peak of my life? Why did his strength drop so suddenly? But it was not over yet. After staying as a level 2 fisher for a moment, Han Fei's strength dropped to that of a level 1 fisher again. He had completely fallen into the same realm as a 4 or 5-year-old child. For a moment, Han Fei really wanted to cry himself to sleep in the toilet. That's not right. Why did I feel more powerful when my cultivation level dropped? Thunder was still rumbling in the sky, and Han Fei looked at the demon purification pot again. Demon refining gourds owner Han Fei level 1 fisher beginner spiritual energy 104/60 spiritual heritage level 1 incomplete upgradable main art void fishing volume 1 hook kiss mortal level divine quality. When he saw the spiritual energy value, Han Fei couldn't help but gasp. He remembered that he had 60 points of basic spiritual energy when he was a level 3 fisher. Why did he still have 60 points of basic spiritual energy when he was only level 1? Han Fei clicked on the art option suspiciously. It read, Existing art, Void fishing mortal level divine quality, the first level, Hook kiss. Note, the first universal art in ancient times, written by 9 king-level masters. When the book was completed, heaven and earth cried and raged. It's the supreme of all arts. Han Fei smiled when he saw this evaluation. The title of Master of All Laws was awesome enough. It was on a totally different level from the soul fishing art. However, Han Fei didn't know what level this mortal level, divine quality, was. Since it was already divine quality, it must be very powerful. He would find a chance to ask later. Han Fei immediately sat down and began to cultivate. In the heavy rain, no one noticed that at the edge of the floating island, spiritual energy suddenly gathered. Han Fei felt that every pore on his body was opening, and a tremendous amount of spiritual energy was surging into his body. Is this the cultivation method of the ancient people? Damn it, it's thousands of times better than the common soul fishing art. Han Fei suppressed the excitement and ecstasy in his heart and tried to calm himself down. At this moment, he only felt that spiritual energy was pouring into his body continuously. In less than half an hour, he heard a click and made a breakthrough. Another half an hour later, Han Fei exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and his whole body suddenly changed. He had entered the realm of a level 3 fisher again. In just 2 hours, he dropped from level 3 to level 1, and then back to level 3 again. It seemed that nothing had changed, but only Han Fei knew what he had gained here. But Han Fei was not tempted and continued his cultivation. After another 2 hours, his meridians became hot, which was caused by the excessive flow of spiritual energy. Han Fei knew that every time he became stronger, his body would be transformed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now his meridians were strengthened, his body was solid, and his mind was clear. It was a sign that he was about to make another breakthrough. But was it really good to make continuous breakthroughs? However, as soon as this idea came to his mind, a thought seemed to come from the distant nothingness. Some people broke through 10 levels in a day, and some people stepped into the void. In a trance, Han Fei felt that making a breakthrough seemed to be a very simple thing. Why should he worry? Immediately, the bottle of fish head body polishing fluid was poured into his body. A clear stream immediately flowed all over his body, and the meridians that were hot just now became gentle after only a few minutes. Less than 7 minutes later, another click came from his body. In an instant, Han Fei broke through the barrier of a low-level fisher and easily became a level 4 fisher. For the first time in his life, he stepped into the ranks of mid-level fishers. Who? Spurting out a mouthful of dirty air again. Han Fei finally stopped his cultivation. It was not that he didn't want to cultivate anymore, but that he couldn't move anymore. After becoming a mid-level fisher, Han Fei found that a lot of things in his body were being expelled, and he felt numb. Han Fei said, "Forget it. You have to take it one step at a time. It's already terrifying that I made 2 breakthroughs in 2 days." He looked at the demon purification pot again, and the data had indeed changed. Demon purification pot owner Han Fei level 4, intermediate fisher, spiritual energy greater than 119, 119. Spiritual heritage level 1, high quality, upgradable, main art, void fishing, chapter 1. Hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality. Han Fei couldn't help but gasp. He had just entered the mid-level, but his spiritual energy was already as high as 119 points, which was almost 50 points more than that of ordinary people. Was he really going to reach the peak of his life? My spiritual heritage has become level 1 high quality. Han Fei was shocked. The improvement of an art could benefit his spiritual heritage? Han Fei opened his eyes. Immediately, he smelled the stench that filled the room. He looked at his body, only to find that it was sticky and full of impurities. Hey, is this the legendary marrow cleansing? Han Fei hurried to rush out. It was still raining, but the rain was not heavy. Han Fei took a shower with the rain. Fortunately, nobody was there, or they would have seen a naked boy jumping and running on the edge of the cliff. Han Fei noticed the difference. His body had become lighter and his strength had increased tremendously. He could throw a punch with a force of hundreds of kilograms, which was not something a child could do. After cleaning everything up, Han Fei cooked 2 clams and ate them. Then he put on the ugly clothes and went to school. Han Fei suspected that the clothes he was wearing were made from fish skin. They were like bodybuilding tights, but the advantage was that they tightened the body. It didn't matter to men, but when women wore this kind of clothes, it was very eye-catching. Their bodies were curvy, and their figures were all revealed. Han Fei found it hard to understand why there were places like schools in this world. Shouldn't we cultivators face difficulties head-on, snatch things we encounter, dig up treasures we encounter, go against the heavens and seize the fate of the heavens? Why did he have to go to school everywhere? Before he reached school, Han Fei met Hu Kuin on a remote path. Hu Kuin was also stunned when he saw Han Fei, and then his face darkened. This guy was famous yesterday. He survived the small fish tide. It was said that he brought back a boatload of fish and sold them for a lot of money. Chapter 11. Han Fei didn't bother to talk to this guy. He was only 12 years old, but he already knew how to talk sarcastically. He wouldn't be a big shot when he grew up. Seeing that he was despised, Hu Kuin said angrily, "Han Fei, don't forget who you are now." Han Fei turned around. "Who am I?" "I'm a student of the school, and I'm taller than you." Hu Kuin. Hu Kuin was quite angry. "Do you think I'm taller than you? So what if you're taller? You're stronger than me." Han Fei said, "You're taller than me. Not only am I taller, but I'm also more handsome than you." Hu Kuin. If it weren't for the fact that private fights were forbidden on the floating island, Han Kuin would have punched him. "You're more handsome than me." Han Fei thought to himself, "It feels good to be strong. I can speak with confidence." How could a kid bear such contempt? Han Kuin burst into fury. Hu Kuin said, "Han Fei, stop. Don't be so shameless. You would have been ruined if it weren't for Tango. How dare you be so proud?" Han Fei stopped. "It's none of your business. Did I eat your yellow croaker?" Hu Kuin's face was gloomy. "You did eat my yellow croaker when you were 8 years old and we were both level 2 fishers. Have you forgotten that?" However, it was a bit shameful to bring it up now. Hu Kuin clenched his fists, but he dared not attack Han Fei. Otherwise, if Han Fei was injured by him, he could report him to his superiors. Looking at Hu Kuin's anxious face, Han Fei said in disdain, "What a coward!" Then, Han Fei turned around and left. However, after only 2 steps, Hu Kuin pulled Han Fei back. "Tell me what you're talking about. Who's a coward?" "Pa." Han Fei slapped Hu Kuin in the face with a backhand. Hu Kuin was stunned. "Wait, why do I feel that something is wrong? You're a level 2 fisher, and I'm a level 6 fisher. Why did you slap me?" Hu Kuin shouted, "How dare you hit me?" Hu Kuin immediately grabbed Han Fei's collar and was about to hit him. But suddenly, Han Fei's feet left the ground and he fell to the ground. He exclaimed and then shouted, "Hu Kuin attacked my classmate without permission. I can't take it anymore. My internal organs are shaken and I've suffered internal injuries." Hu Kuin had never seen such a thing before. There was no such saying in this world. Han Fei fell to the ground and he was dumbfounded. "I haven't even started yet." Hu Kuin turned around abruptly and found a little girl standing not too far away watching this scene. They all knew the girl. She was Lu Lingji, a level 5 fisher. Hu Kuin quickly let go and explained to Lu Lingji, I didn't hit him. He was the one who threw himself onto the ground. He hit me first." Lu Lingji rolled her eyes. "A level 2 fisher fighting a level 6 fisher? Do you think I'm stupid?" It seemed that Hu Kuin himself felt that this reason was insufficient, so he decided not to bring it up. "I really didn't. He was the one who threw himself onto the ground." Han Fei covered his chest and said angrily, "Hu Kuin, I didn't know that you could be so vicious at such a young age. Although I've suffered internal injuries, I'm still going to expose you." Lu Lingji left without looking back, leaving Han Fei and Hu Kuin, one smiling and the other dumbfounded. Hu Kuin burst into fury. "You set me up?" Han Fei suddenly sneered. "Don't you know who set whom up? Do you really think I didn't know that you were the one who injured me before the test?" Hu Kuin's face changed greatly, and he stepped back quickly. If the school learned about this, it wouldn't be as simple as a private fight. But on second thought, Hu Kuin asked, "Who can prove it?" Han Fei said, "You beat me for no reason, so you can frame me for no reason. What do you think the teachers will think?" Hu Kuin blushed. "When did I beat you?" Han Fei said gloomily. Lu Lingji saw everything. "Fine, I was going to settle this privately. But since you're so angry, I might as well tell the teachers." Hu Kuin was about to go crazy. Why did he meet such a shameless guy? This guy used to be quite arrogant. How did he end up like this? But then Hu Kuin asked, "You want to settle this privately? Why privately?" Han Fei said, "It's good that high-level students like you have swallowed spirit soup. TSK, TSK. I feel that I'm about to make a breakthrough. Why don't you give your swallowed spirit soup to me? Okay, you can return the blade fish dagger you owe me, and we'll be even." Hu Kuin's eyes widened. "When did I owe you a blade fish dagger?" Although Hu Kuin was reluctant to give up a bowl of swallowed spirit soup, it wasn't a big deal. A level 6 fisher couldn't break through to level 7 with just a bowl of swallowed spirit soup. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have accepted bowls of swallowed spirit soup from Tenga. But since when did he owe him a blade fish dagger? Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Ouch, my internal organs are rolling. I'm going to my teacher, Hu Kuin." "Are your internal organs tumbling or shaking?" Han Fei turned around and was about to leave as he said, "You don't want to give it to me? Fine. I have Lu Lingji to prove it." "Wait a minute," Hu Kuin said gloomily. "Fine, fine. I admit my mistake this time. I'll pay for it." Hu Kuin almost wanted to stuff Han Fei into the belly of a blade fish. He was not afraid that he would beat up Han Fei, but if the news of him setting Han Fei up got out, not only would Tenga come after him, but his teacher might also be suspicious. Han Fei said, "Hey, that's right. A wise man submits to circumstances. A bowl of swallowed spirit soup and a blade fish dagger are nothing. Han Fei went to school unhurriedly and did not go the same way as Hu Kuan. He wasn't worried that Hu Kuan would go back on his word. How smart could a 12-year-old be? The school on the floating island was indeed different from what he imagined. There were houses, but they were shabby. There were 2 statues of tentacle lobsters at the gate of the school. The broken stone wall was embedded with all kinds of weird fish bones. From the outside, one could see the inside of the school. There were rows of houses and a large field. At this moment, there were many people gathered on the field. Everyone gather. Everyone. Before he entered the school gate, he was suddenly dragged away by a little girl. Han Fei said, "Hey, who are you?" The girl glared back at him. "Hurry up and gather. You're the only one left in our class." Han Fei was stunned. Then he remembered that the girl was He Xiaoyu, the monitor of the class. Her father was also a teacher and a mid-quality fishing master. She often urged him to train, but it didn't help at all. Therefore, the girl naively thought that he wasn't good at training because he didn't work hard enough. So she urged him even more. Han Fei asked, "He Xiaoyu, what's going on? Why are we gathering so early in the morning?" He Xiaoyu said, "Don't talk. Somebody's coming." Han Fei asked, "What's up there?" He Xiaoyu said, "It's said to be an angel from the city." "Who? Angel? I'm a devil." "Hey, stop it." He Xiaoyu said, "Shut up. Don't be disrespectful to an angel. What's a devil?" Han Fei laughed. "Nothing. Where's Tengu?" He Xiaoyu said, "He was taken out for special training by my father and a group of mentors. It's said that he went to the level 1 fishery." "What? Isn't the level 1 fishery for fishing masters?" He Xiaoyu said, "My father and the others are all there. It's mainly for them to broaden their horizons." "Okay, stop talking. The angel is coming." He Xiaoyu dragged Han Fei into the line, causing a lot of complaints. But then everyone shut up. Tens of thousands of students stood in the school, looking up at the sky. The village leader and all the fishing masters of the school stood at the forefront. The village chief shouted, "Welcome the arrival of the angel." Hundreds of fishing masters shouted in unison, "Welcome, angel." Following that, all the students shouted, "Welcome the arrival of the angel." Han Fei didn't shout, but just looked up at the sky. In the drizzle, a figure with a pair of snow-white wings on his back walked down from the sky step by step with a shining sword in his hand and a pitch-black fishing rod on his back. "Hiss!" Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Is there really an angel? Isn't this too pretentious?" Then Han Fei heard someone next to him say enviously, "Is this the legendary unparalleled expert? He can walk in the air. So strong." He Xiaoyu next to Han Fei looked envious and did not forget to preach to Han Fei, "Look, this is the legendary hidden fisher. It's said that our heavenly water village once had one." Chapter 12. He Xiaoyu subconsciously explained, "It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Grandpa Leader is the only great fishing master in our village. It's said that he once saw a hidden fisher. My father never saw one before, but he was lucky enough to meet one when he went to the town with the village leader." Many people leaned close, as if they did not know the secret, and wanted to hear He Xiaoyu's explanation. He Xiaoyu said, "It's said that above the great fishing master there are dangling fishers, hanging fishers, hidden fishers. Only the hidden fishers can have the white wings." Everybody was dumbfounded. "I've never heard of it." He Xiaoyu suddenly came back to herself. "Stand still. You can't even touch one at your level. Even Grandpa Leader can't, let alone you." The village leader was the strongest expert in the Heavenly Water Village and a great fishing master. It was said that he was strong enough to travel through the level 2 fishery. But Han Fei knew that his father in his memory was even stronger than the village leader. His father died in the unknown place outside the level 3 fishery. It was just that he was still young at that time and didn't remember many things. In the sky, the angel, or to be exact, the emissary from the sky, stood in the void and glanced down. Then he asked indifferently, "Are there any heavenly talents in your school?" The village leader quickly replied, Angel, some of the heavenly talents of my school have gone to the level 1 fishery for training and are on their way back. The angel looked into the distance and said expressionlessly, My name is Feng Zhe. I'm here to look for the most distinguished heavenly talents. In 3 days from today, all the children between the ages of 8 and 12 must take a spiritual heritage test. In the meantime, the resources of the school will be doubled. I'll stay here until my soul is awakened. After saying that, the man looked at the students below and said casually, You all need to work hard. Han Fei felt that everybody had gone crazy. The village leader thanked him non-stop, and he Xiaoyu clapped her hands. Wow, this is the first time in more than a decade that Lord Angel is going to accept a disciple. Han Fei mumbled, You're only 12. What do you know about what happened more than 10 years ago? He Xiaoyu glared at Han Fei. You won't be a disciple this time if you don't work hard. I wonder who will be Lord Angel's disciple. Someone beside him said regretfully, It's definitely not us. All the geniuses have been taken to the level 1 fishery by the teachers. I'm just a slacker. It would be a miracle if they took a fancy to me. In the crowd, Hukuin's eyes lit up. The angel was taking in a disciple. This was a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. He had to find a way to become a supreme fisher, or he wouldn't be chosen. When he remembered that even Han Fei, a level 2 fisher, dared to despise him, Hukuin clenched his fists in fury. He was determined to seize this opportunity. Han Fei, on the other hand, looked indifferent. With the gourd in hand, the world was mine. Anyone who came down from the gourd would be called an angel. Han Fei was even more disdainful. More importantly, when did the other party say that he was taking in a disciple? He just said that he was looking for someone. In that case, could it be assumed that every village and every town had sent an angel? How many angels would there be? After the crowd dispersed, Han Fei returned to the classroom with He Xiaoyu and the others. Suddenly, a teacher next to him looked at Han Fei and asked in surprise, Han Fei, have you made a breakthrough? The teacher was not so sure. He only asked because he sensed that Han Fei's aura was much stronger than before. He Xiaoyu and the other students all looked at Han Fei in surprise. The student who hadn't made a breakthrough in 4 years had made a breakthrough? Han Fei said with a smile, Thank you for your concern, teacher. I've accepted the fact that I was almost eaten by the fish twice, so I made a breakthrough. Wow. Han Fei, you finally made a breakthrough. Are you level 3? Then work harder. Chances are that you can reach level 4 before the fishing trial. He Xiaoyu was quite happy. After all, they were all classmates, and she did not look down on him. However, someone next to her said in disdain, You've only made a breakthrough after 4 years in school. You're really talented. That's right. He's quite proud of himself. Han Fei ignored the criticism and said with a smile, I'm level 4 now. Huh. Someone was surprised. Weren't you level 2 during the test a few days ago? Someone was suspicious. Really? You've become a level 4 fisher in just a few days? The teacher frowned too. What's going on? Han Fei said, Teacher, I've been holding back too much. I've been a level 2 fisher for too long, so I reached level 4 very quickly after I reached level 3. I feel that I might make another breakthrough before the fishing trial. Really? The middle-aged teacher's eyes glittered. Try punching me. Han Fei was alarmed. Was he going to be tested? But his hands did not stop. Han Fei roared and punched out. Of course. He only used half of his strength. Huh. You're indeed a level 4 fisher, and you're even stronger than regular level 4 fishers. In that case, you don't need Tang Ge's swallowed spirit soup anymore. You can claim a bowl of it every 5 days. Thank you, sir. The other students were not interested at all. They felt embarrassed that they had been caught up by a piece of garbage who claimed that he was going to make a breakthrough. Did he think that a breakthrough was as easy as drinking water? A breakthrough after drinking water? Of course, the teacher was not excited. After all, level 4 fishers were almost everywhere in the school. In the entire Heavenly Water Village, 12-year-old level 4 fishers could be found everywhere. Almost no one was lower than level 5 fishers after the age of 12. The most difficult place for cultivation was the peak of level 6. Most people were stuck there. Some might not make a breakthrough for decades, and some might make a breakthrough in only a few days. Those who could make a breakthrough in only a few days were regarded as geniuses. Obviously, Han Fei was far from being a genius. Of all the students, He Xiaoyu was the only one who was happy. She pulled her braid and looked at Han Fei, making him feel like his head was about to explode. Han Fei said, "All right, he's just a level 4 fisher. What's there to look at?" He Xiaoyu said, "You might have made a breakthrough if you had listened to me." Han Fei asked, "Why are you following me instead of cultivating?" He Xiaoyu said, "I'm already at the peak of level 6. My father said that it couldn't be rushed. It took him 3 years to reach level 7. Han Fei said, "All right, I still have to cultivate." He Xiaoyu said, "I can teach you. I'm free right now anyway. If you don't pass the fishing trial, you will be demoted to a regular fisherman. You won't get any fishing skills, battle skills, or cultivation resources. Why don't you try to bribe me?" Han Fei paused. "Battle skills." He Xiaoyu said, "That's right. My father said that I've grasped the sweeping stick. It's a mortal level, high-quality stick technique. It's very powerful. I can teach you." Han Fei stopped. Battle skills could only be learned after reaching the mid-quality. He had just stepped into the mid-quality and was in need of a battle skill. This little girl was rather enthusiastic, but Han Fei rolled his eyes. "He Xiaoyu, did you get mortal level, high-quality battle skills so easily?" He Xiaoyu said, "Not exactly. It's just to improve our survivability at sea, so we have to publicize some powerful battle skills." Han Fei asked, "Then what level is the soul fishing art that we've practiced? Are there any levels above mortal level high quality?" He Xiaoyu said, "The soul fishing art is only mortal level high quality. As for the ones above high quality, they are ultra quality, but we don't seem to have them in our village. They can only be found in the town." Han Fei asked, "What about beyond that?" He Xiaoyu said, "Beyond that? Ultra quality is already very powerful. I'm told that there are only mystic level battle skills above that. You don't even know any battle skills right now. Don't think too much. Ordinary people can never touch a mystic level battle skill in their entire lives." Han Fei secretly paid attention. "Then what level is my mortal level, divine quality technique? Above ultra quality?" Han Fei said, "All right. Let me tell you, I'm a genius now. You might not be able to beat me." He Xiaoyu said, "Well, even Tang Ge couldn't beat me before. You can't either." Han Fei was surprised. Tang Ge couldn't beat this girl before? As he expected, half an hour later, Han Fei was beaten to the ground. He had been hit in the arms, calves, thighs, abdomen, and buttocks too many times. Han Fei asked, "Why are you so violent as a girl? Don't you know how to be gentle?" He Xiaoyu said, "My father said that you must be prepared to be beaten when you practice battle skills. It was my father who beat me before. That was the real pain. I couldn't sleep all night. You're nothing." He Xiaoyu secretly chuckled. It turned out that it felt so good to beat someone. No wonder my father always beat me. Han Fei said, "Then hurry up. I admit that I can't beat you. Why don't you practice with me?" Han Fei thought that the girl had waved the rod so fiercely just now. At first, he used 50% of his strength, but later he used 80% of his strength, but he was still chased and beaten by her. When he unleashed his full strength, he could only be beaten again. Chapter 13. After spending half a day on the training ground, Han Fei was in so much pain that he had to hold his waist when he walked. He Xiaoyu followed Han Fei with a rod and said apologetically, "Did I hit you too hard?" "My father said that it's called tempering your body." Han Fei said, "It's fine. This sweeping rod is very powerful and suits me. Right, where did you get this bamboo rod? It's rather sturdy. He Xiaoyu raised the rod proudly and said, "This is a bamboo rod. It's from the bottom of the sea. My father collected it from the bottom of the level 1 fishery." Han Fei was surprised. "I thought you couldn't go into the water. It's so dangerous." He Xiaoyu said, "That's right. Grandpa Leader took everyone there, but I heard from my father that 3 fishing masters were still killed." Han Fei glanced at his fine iron fishing rod and then at the bamboo rod. "Which one is better?" He Xiaoyu said, "The bamboo rod, of course. It's a pity that my level is too low, or an iron fishing rod would have been a piece of cake." Han Fei said to himself, "So, all the treasures in this world are in the sea, and even the bamboo in the sea is harder than iron. Do I have to find treasures in the water later?" He Xiaoyu asked, "What did you say?" Han Fei said, "Oh, nothing. You can go back to class first. I have something else to do. I'll be back soon. Hey, can you lend me your bamboo rod?" He Xiaoyu immediately hugged the bamboo rod the moment she heard that Han Fei was going to borrow it. Han Fei was amused. "I'll study it first. Wait for me in the cafeteria. I'll give it back to you." He Xiaoyu said suspiciously, "You can't lie to me or my father will beat me to death." Han Fei said, "I promise I won't lie to you." Taking over the bamboo rod, Han Fei's face immediately changed. This rod was much heavier than the fine iron fishing rod, weighing at least 30 to 40 kilograms. Han Fei immediately realized that He Xiaoyu was going easy on him just now. Otherwise, he would have been crippled after practicing with the rod for a long time. Han Fei came to ask Hu Kuin for the swallowed spirit soup. Hu Kuin and Han Fei were not in the same class. At this moment, their whole class was having a free exercise class. It was said that they all wanted to become Feng Zhe's disciple and were training hard. Han Fei came to the training ground with his bamboo stick. Immediately, many people who were tempering their physiques saw Han Fei. Han Fei was a celebrity in school, not because he was powerful, but because he was too useless. It was hard not to recognize him. Whenever he walked, people would say, "Look, that's Han Fei. He's been in school for 4 years, and he's still a level 2 student." A young man glanced at him coldly. "Han Fei, who allowed you to come here? This is a training ground for mid-level fishers. Get out of here." Han Fei was speechless. Were all kids so arrogant nowadays? Hu Kuan frowned when he saw Han Fei. Lu Lingji was surprised to see Han Fei and then looked at Hu Kuan. She felt that the Han Fei she saw today was a little different from before. Han Fei ignored the boy and shouted at Hu Kuan, "Hu Kuan, come out for a second." But before Hu Kuan could do anything, the youth berated him. "Didn't you hear me telling you to scram?" Han Fei said with a smile, "I would be praising you if I said you were a fool. What does it have to do with you that I'm looking for someone? Have you eaten your big yellow croaker?" Immediately, everybody fell silent. Many little girls opened their mouths in surprise. Han Fei, the taciturn guy, even knows how to curse? Hu Kuan smirked. He thought to himself, "You're dead meat this time. This is the training ground. You can challenge it. Is the middle rank a joke?" The young man was dumbfounded. Han Fei cursed him back. Someone next to him jeered, "Oh, Zhongning, he's looking down on you." Zhongning, if it were me, I would have knocked him down. Zhongning, you can't tolerate this. A level 2 fisher has already climbed over your head. The young man named Zhongning sneered. "Very good. You came with a rod. You want to learn from each other, don't you? I'll play with you and show you the gap between us." Han Fei asked, "What's your level?" Zhongning asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared? Don't worry. Although I'm a level 4, I'll fight you with half of my strength." Lu Lingji scolded, "Zhongning, that's too much." Lu Lingji turned to Han Fei and said, "Hurry up and leave. You're in different realms. A level 4 has already started body refining. You can't beat him at all." Han Fei grinned. "Okay, I just practiced a set of rod techniques today. I'm not familiar with them yet. Let's have a fight. Han Fei was a seaside runner. Every seaside runner, especially those who ran alone, was fierce. Zhang Ning hurriedly said, Lu Lingji, don't worry about me. This guy agreed to it. I won't use weapons, in case you say I bullied you. Then Zhang Ning went straight to Han Fei. But before Zhang Ning stopped, he saw Han Fei jump up with a bamboo rod and smash it down. Zhang Ning shouted, You sneak attack! BM Kacha! Ah, my neck is broken, my neck is broken. Zhang Ning knelt on the ground and held with his head tilted. Han Fei was too fast for him to retreat, and the rod hit him on the shoulder. He knelt on the ground, and his neck was crooked. Han Fei, you're shameless. Han Fei, do you know what learning from each other is? Han Fei, are you trying to pick a fight? Looking at Zhang Ning, who was howling, Han Fei looked at the others and said, He asked for it. Why did he talk so much when he wanted to fight? He even gave me a handicap and didn't use weapons. Is it my fault? Everyone choked and thought to themselves, We didn't know you were so fierce. Immediately, someone's face changed greatly. No, his strength and speed are not that of a level 2 fisher at all. He is at least a level 4 fisher. Hu Kuan and Lu Lingji both slightly changed their expressions. Han Fei was already a level 4 fisher? Han Fei said, I didn't say I was a level 2 fisher. Are you all right? Hu Kuan, come here. Stop. You want to leave after beating someone? Do you really think you can come and go as you please? Han Fei asked, Then what? Immediately, a tall boy walked out with a rod in his hand, but it was much worse than a bamboo rod. It couldn't even be called an iron rod. The boy pointed at Han Fei. It was a sneak attack just now. I really don't know where you get the confidence to be so arrogant after advancing to level 4. Then the boy raised the rod and made a posture. Han Fei chuckled and picked up the bamboo rod, jumping up and smashing it at him. He had been smashed by He Xiaoyu all morning and knew how powerful the blow was. The boy also raised his stick and swung it upwards. Clang! The boy stepped back, his hands numb. Damn it! Was this guy really just a level 4 fisher? Why was he so strong? On the side, Lu Lingji's eyes flashed and Hu Kuan's eyes widened. Was this guy so strong after his breakthrough? Ah, Han Fei was merciless, not giving the boy a chance to fight back. He raised the bamboo stick and smashed it all the way. There was no technique to speak of, just smashing. Clang, clang, clang. After 5 or 6 consecutive hits, the boy's iron rod was bent. BM, the boy was smashed to the ground by the rod. Great, you're here to challenge us, aren't you? Then a boy walked out with a rod. Han Fei's eyes slightly constricted. This guy was a level 5 fisher who had mocked him more than once. But Han Fei was not scared. Seeing that the boy was smashing at him, he smashed at him too. Clang, after an ear-splitting noise. Everybody covered their ears. But Han Fei was delighted. This guy was not bad at all. He could fight. I smash, I smash, I smash. Han Fei smashed his bamboo rod hard, and iron rods fell on him now and then. But a level 4 fisher was already strong enough. Iron rods were nothing to him. He had been smashed by He Xiaoyu for a long time just now. Someone nearby was dumbfounded. Is this guy a monster? Why is he so strong? Lu Lingji looked at Hu Kuan. Did you hit him because he made a breakthrough in the morning? Hu Kuan said gloomily, I didn't hit him. I didn't know he made a breakthrough. Lu Lingji found it hard to believe. Many people wanted to bully Han Fei at school, and Hu Kuan was one of them. But she was quite shocked too. It had only been a few days since the test, and Han Fei was already able to fight a level 5 fisher? In the field, seeing that the smash didn't work, Han Fei simply swung the bamboo stick at him with all his strength, letting the boy hit him on the back with the stick. Kacha, my arm is broken. It's broken. If He Xiaoyu were here, she would have been amused. Her sweeping stick had been smashed by Han Fei into an iron-blooded stick. If he couldn't smash, he would sweep. No one was a match for him. Chapter 14. In the school cafeteria, Han Fei drank the bowl of swallowed spirit soup under Hukuin's murderous gaze, feeling refreshed. Hukuin gnashed his teeth. Han Fei, you don't have much time to show off. Brute force won't be the only competition in the fishing trial. If you can't pass the trial, you'll be demoted to a regular fisherman. Han Fei brushed past Hukuin with a smile and patted his shoulder. In other people's eyes, Han Fei seemed to be comforting him. Some students were still wondering when Han Fei and Hukuin became so close. Han Fei asked, "Right, where's my blade fish dagger?" Hukuin asked, "You really dare to take it from me?" Han Fei said, "Of course not. It's mine in the first place. I just gave it to you for now." Hukuin had never seen such a shameless person before. "Why is it yours now that I've fished it up?" Hukuin reluctantly handed over the blade fish dagger and declared, "Fine, we're even now. I'll teach you a lesson the next time we meet." Han Fei said, Okay. He Xiaoyu, I'm here." Seeing that Han Fei ignored him, Hukuin simply waved the dagger at He Xiaoyu. He Xiaoyu snatched back her bamboo rod the moment she arrived and said, "Oh my God! You went to fight in Class 1? I'm told that you crippled 2 Level 4 students and 1 Level 5. Is that true?" Han Fei was stunned. Does news spread so fast in the school? He Xiaoyu said, "What do you think? A lot of people went to check it out. I went too, but I came to the cafeteria when I heard that you were gone." Han Fei said, "Let's eat first. There's still something I don't understand about sweeping rod." Then Han Fei asked for another bowl of swallowed spirit soup. He had used up his share too. After 2 bowls of soup, his spiritual energy had reached 196, which was far beyond the limit that his body should have been able to take. Han Fei had only taken a few bites when Tengu ran to him in a hurry. Seeing that Han Fei was fine, he took a long breath in relief and hurried to him with fish soup and clams. "Did you make a breakthrough?" Han Fei said, "Yes, I just made a breakthrough. It feels good." Tengu asked, "You broke through to Level 4 directly?" "Well, maybe it's because I've been suppressing it for a long time. I feel that I'm making rapid progress." "Ha, that's good. I told you that my brother's aptitude wouldn't be bad. However, you've just broken through, so you can't fight too much. It's very easy to damage your foundation. As for those people from Class 1, so be it. It's fine." Tengu was excited and happy for Han Fei. "What about you? How do you feel about the Level 1 fishery?" Tang Ji's eyes were full of yearning. "I must become a fishing master in this life. Some people obtain the power of the spirit shrimp, and their cultivation speed increased by 30%. There's also another person who obtained the power of the ball fish, increasing his defensive prowess by 50%. Tengu went on and on, shocking Han Fei and He Xiaoyu. "Huh, humans can obtain the power of fish?" Tengu said, "My teacher said that it was no longer a fish, but a demon. A demonic fish." He Xiaoyu said, "That's not right. My dad said that I can't absorb the power of demonic fish before I get a gifted spiritual beast." Tengu said, "Some people can't help it. I was tempted and almost absorbed the power of an iron-head fish." Han Fei felt that the world was getting more and more mysterious. Humans could actually obtain the power of fish. But Han Fei still warned, "Tengu, listen to your teacher. If it's really as good as you say, wouldn't we have absorbed the power of all kinds of fish by now? Since we haven't, it means that there must be some disadvantages. We're only 12 years old. We have plenty of time to become hidden fishers." He Xiaoyu almost rolled her eyes when she heard Han Fei's bragging. "Do you think hidden fishers are cabbages? Hidden fishers? It's not bad if you can become a fishing master first." He Xiaoyu said, "Yes, we can't be blind. If it were possible, my father would have let me absorb it a long time ago. Let's focus on the spiritual heritage test." Tengu asked, "What is a hidden fisher?" He Xiaoyu, the warm-hearted girl, talked a lot. Hidden fissures were too far away, but the spiritual heritage aroused Han Fei and Tang Ge's interest. The spiritual heritage determined the height of one's cultivation. Xiaoyu's father had a level 2, high-quality spiritual heritage. The village leader had a level 3, high-quality spiritual heritage, and most of the senior teachers in the school had a level 1 spiritual heritage. Naturally, there were advanced spiritual heritage, but those above level 3 had all gone to the town. So, there were only the low-level spiritual heritage left in the village. Han Fei understood it very well. No wonder Han Fei couldn't cultivate before. His level 1 spiritual heritage was not even level 1. He should have been thankful that he could cultivate at all. Tang didn't stay long. After a quick meal, he was summoned to have his spiritual heritage test. He Xiaoyu said, "Everyone who is a level 7 fisher at the age of 12 has been summoned." It's said that more than 100 people have been summoned. They must be given spiritual medicine. Only the geniuses who reach level 7 at the age of 12 will be given spiritual medicine. Han Fei asked, "What's a spiritual medicine?" He Xiaoyu said, "I don't know. It's said that it's a pill made of a certain spiritual item in the sea. Although it can improve one's spiritual heritage, it can make it longer." Han Fei waited in the classroom for a long time, but Tang didn't show up. He was not familiar with the other people in the class. When they learned that he, a good-for-nothing, had become a level 4 fisher, they looked at him even more unfriendly, feeling that it was embarrassing to be outdone by a good-for-nothing. At this moment, Wang Jie entered the room. Wang Jie glanced at everybody and said, "Gather. The spiritual heritage test will be conducted on the playground." He Xiaoyu was surprised. So soon? Many people were excited and looking forward to it. Someone said excitedly, "What if I have a high-quality spiritual heritage?" Someone immediately mocked. "If you have a high-quality spiritual heritage, would you still be a level 4 fisher? You should have been level 7. Someone else was worried. "What if your aptitude is too poor? Won't you be stuck at this level for the rest of your life?" Someone was more peaceful. "I'm sure I have a level 1 spiritual heritage. I can be a level 6 fisher at least. It's not too bad." He Xiaoyu approached Han Fei. "Han Fei, what level do you think my spiritual heritage is?" Han Fei said casually, "You're so excellent. You should be at least level 5 or 6. He Xiaoyu shook her head. "That's impossible. The village leader is only level 3, and my father is only level 2. Han Fei said, "Why are you thinking so much? Why don't you just take the test now?" He Xiaoyu thought that it did make sense. Her spiritual heritage shouldn't be bad, but she looked at Han Fei. "But my spiritual heritage should be higher than yours. It wasn't easy for you to reach level 4. Han Fei was amused. "My spiritual heritage was level 1, incomplete, and now it's level 1, high quality. How can you compare to me?" The playground was packed with people. At least 30 fishing masters stood in a row at the front of the playground. Every one of them had a table with a stone the size of a fist on it. The village leader hosted it in person. "Listen up, everyone. The spiritual heritage test is of great importance. From today on, anyone with a level 1, high-quality spiritual heritage will be rewarded with a bowl of swallowed spirit soup every 5 days. Those with a level 2, high-quality spiritual heritage will be rewarded with 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup every 5 days. Those with a level 2, high-quality, and level 3 spiritual heritage will have the opportunity to study in the town school. If anyone has a spiritual heritage above level 3, the Heavenly Water Village will be proud of you." The village leader was very excited and shouted loudly. Han Fei, however, craned his neck. He Xiaoyu asked, "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking for a hidden fisher." He Xiaoyu said, "You should call him master." "Hey, he can't hear you anyway." At this moment, Han Fei saw that Tang and the others had returned. They were all standing in the front. Tang Go had intended to ask Han Fei to come, but he was simply asked to take the test by the teachers. He Xiaoyu said, "Some of them must have a level 3 spiritual heritage." Han Fei asked, "How do you know?" He Xiaoyu said, "My father said that there are level 5 spiritual heritage in every session." One session even had a level 5 spiritual heritage, but he was taken away by someone from the city. The test had already begun. The voices of the teachers began to sound out. Han Fei saw from a distance that someone pressed his hand on a stone, and then a dazzling yellow light burst out of the stone. Chao Jia, level 7 Fisher, level 2, high quality. The first one was level 2, high quality, which shocked the whole playground. It meant that he would have the opportunity to study in the town and have a bright future. Wow, level 2, high quality. Doesn't it mean that he has the aptitude to become a great fishing master? It's upper LV2 from the get-go. These heavenly talents are really good. Soon after, the second one also had a yellow glow, but it was slightly weaker. A teacher announced, "Li Ruxue, level 2, low quality. Zhou Haiba, level 2, mid quality." More than 50 people were announced in a row. 21 of them were level 2, and the rest were level 1, high quality. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Wu Lei, class 3, level 3, mid quality." Everybody cheered. Even the village leader hurried to step forward. Level 3, mid quality. As long as he didn't die halfway, he could definitely become a great fishing master. The boy named Wu Lei immediately shouted, "I'm level 3, mid quality." "Haha, I'm level 3, mid quality." Everybody else was envious, but they didn't know that Fang Zhe was watching this scene lazily on the roof in the distance. It was really a small village, a mere level 3, mid-quality, and they were already so complacent. Such people would never be able to enter the town. Dozens more were broadcasted. A girl named Zhao Qingqing was tested to be a 3rd level lower grade, which shocked a lot of people. But suddenly, Fang Zhe's face changed, and he stood up with a swish. Chapter 15. Tango level 7. Level 7 spiritual heritage. It wasn't that the teacher didn't want to call out the latter grades, but that he had never seen a heavenly talent with a level 7 spiritual heritage in his life. Suddenly, one appeared in front of him, and he was completely dumbfounded. Not just the teacher, all the teachers on the playground, including the village leader, were dumbfounded. Hukuin, whose score was glittering yellow, was also dumbfounded. He was about to say that he had a level 3 high-quality aptitude when Tang Ji's grade suddenly popped up. What the hell? Not just the others, even Tango was dumbfounded. Level 7? What did that mean? Since the establishment of the Heavenly Water Village, there had never been a heavenly talent with a level 7 spiritual heritage, but now he was one. Tango wanted to go back and ask for Han Fei's affirmation and support, but he couldn't find Han Fei in the crowd. After a blur, Fang Zhe appeared. He put his hand on Tang Ji's shoulder and laughed aloud. His voice was so loud that the teachers and students staggered. Good. Your name is Tango? Tango nodded in confusion. Fang Zhe smiled so widely that his face almost stretched out. He was overjoyed. He patted Tang Ji's shoulder heavily and said, "Stay with me in the future." Fang Zhe didn't expect to see a level 7 spiritual heritage in such a small village. Even in the main city, a level 7 spiritual heritage represented a heavenly talent, but Tango showed up. It was a pleasant surprise. Then, Fang Zhe turned around and looked at the village leader. The Heavenly Water Village has made great contributions in raising a genius. From now on, all the resources will be doubled. The village leader will be rewarded with a level 3 spirit ascension pill, a red blood coral pole, and a crimson sea fruit. Fang Zhe was truly delighted. He had simply thrown out a bunch of things that other people had never heard of. The village leader must have been knocked out. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Crimson sea fruit! Oh my God, My father said that it's an amazing treasure that can help people make breakthroughs. He Xiaoyu opened her mouth in confusion. Level 7. Level 7 spiritual heritage. Wow, it's so powerful. Han Fei was also stunned for a long time. Then he smiled slowly and said, Damn it, as expected of my brother. Awesome. Han Fei was still very jealous. It was unreasonable. That guy had a level 7 spiritual heritage as soon as he came out. What about himself? He was too embarrassed to say it out loud. He Xiaoyu said, You're swearing. I'm just happy for my brother. He Xiaoyu tilted her head and suddenly thought, Wow, won't Tang Ge return to the Heavenly Water Village often in the future? Why? He Xiaoyu said, Because you are in the Heavenly Water Village. Han Fei said gloomily, I might not be there either. He Xiaoyu said matter-of-factly, Where can you be if not in the Heavenly Water Village? Your spirit meridian isn't as powerful as mine. I'm an expert with 1 foot in the level 7 realm. You're only at level 4. While Han Fei was bickering with He Xiaoyu, his eyes blurred, and then Tang Ge was taken away. The village chief was excited for a long time and finally came back to his senses. At this moment, his face was glowing as he shouted, Continue the test. Hu Kuin, level 3, high quality. It was a great talent in the Heavenly Water Village, but the students were still in shock. Now that there was a level 7, it seemed that level 3 was a weakling. Mu Sun, level 1, mid-quality. Lu Dali, level 1, low quality. After the test of the so-called heavenly talents was over, their standards were immediately unsightly. Those with level 1, low quality were pale, which meant that they could only be level 6 fishers for the rest of their lives. He Xiaoyu said, Only those with level 1, high quality can become fishing masters. Okay, it's our turn. Seeing the brilliant yellow light that He Xiaoyu emitted, Han Fei knew that none of the students who emitted yellow light were above level 4. As he expected, the teachers shouted, He Xiaoyu, level 3, high quality. He Xiaoyu's father was overjoyed. Of the thousands of students, his daughter was definitely among the top 5. He blushed and almost burst into laughter. He Xiaoyu was very happy. Many people looked at her enviously. For ordinary people, a level 7 spiritual heritage was a legend, and a level 3 high quality was something that they should look up to. Han Fei stepped forward in silence. Wang Jie glanced at him. Put your hand on the testing stone and channel spiritual energy into it. The process was simple. Han Fei saw that the stone was glowing, but the color was a little faint. Huh! Wang Jie exclaimed and then shouted, Han Fei, level 1, high quality. The level of the spiritual heritage was so common that nobody noticed it. Wang Jie was surprised because he thought that Han Fei's spiritual heritage was level 1, low quality at best, or his progress couldn't have been so slow. However, nobody noticed that there was a streak of black on the stone that was almost indistinguishable from the color of the stone itself. Wang Jie did not see it, but Han Fei did. Han Fei hurried to withdraw his hand. Master, what's the color of a level 4 spiritual heritage? Wang Jie said casually, blue. Next. Han Fei was confused after he came back. Below level 4 was yellow, from level 4 to level 6 was blue, and above level 7 was purple. What did black represent? Han Fei, don't worry. There's still hope for a level 1, high-quality spiritual heritage. Although it's not as good as mine, it's better than the middle or low-quality ones. He Xiaoyu comforted him. Han Fei said, Are you going to practice sweeping stick? He Xiaoyu was surprised. Again, didn't you practice it in the morning? You should be sore all over right now. Han Fei said, I've had 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. I'm fine now. On the training ground, He Xiaoyu said, You have to be agile. Your fighting style is too barbaric. We're just talking about skills. If you inject spiritual energy into the stone, you'll run out of spiritual energy after 5 strikes. Han Fei stopped. Inject spiritual energy into the stone to fight. He Xiaoyu said, Of course, but we don't use spiritual energy in our training. After all, spiritual energy is very precious. However, there are life and death crises in the fishery, so it's necessary to inject spiritual energy into the stone, and try not to waste any of it, or it'll take a long time to recover. Han Fei was stunned. Every point, do you know how much spiritual energy you have? He Xiaoyu felt that Han Fei was a bit silly. Of course I do. I had 120 points when I first reached level 6, and now I've got 142 points. Theoretically speaking, I can become a level 7 fisher as long as I surpass 140 points. However, some people train at the peak of level 6. It's said that the best person in the village can reach 159 points. My father said that a genius in the town once reached 179 points. Han Fei felt that his heart was pounding. Are you sure that you had 120 points when you first reached level 6? He Xiaoyu said, Yes. The standard for level 6 is 120 points. Han Fei thought to himself, Then what about my 119 points? Wait. Han Fei's face slightly changed when he looked at the demon purification pot. Owner Han Fei level 4, intermediate fisher, spiritual energy greater than 208, 121, spiritual heritage level 1, high quality upgradable, main art void fishing chapter 1, hook kiss mortal level, divine quality. Han Fei found it weird. Since when was there an upper limit of 2 points? Han Fei's heart tightened. Was it because he had 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup? Or was it because he had cultivated the sweeping staff technique, which had the effect of tempering his body? Also, if the standard for level 6 was 120 points, what was his 121 points now? Han Fei asked, He Xiaoyu, how much spiritual energy do you think I can refine as a level 4 fisher? He Xiaoyu tilted her head. You? Theoretically speaking, only 80 points or 99 points at most. Level 4 fishers train their bodies to improve their physique and strength, but it can barely increase the upper limit of spiritual energy. Only when you reach level 6, or rather, the peak of level 6, can you refine your spiritual energy. Han Fei rolled his eyes. He Xiaoyu, do you still want the swallowed spirit soup? He Xiaoyu said warily, You've already had 2 bowls. Han Fei said, 2 bowls of soup are far from enough. Besides, my brother has a level 7 spiritual heritage. Do you know how many people want to please me? He Xiaoyu said, I won't please you. I'll only urge you. Han Fei said, You can't say that. You have to think about your father, right? Think about it. Your father raised you. You have to be filial to him, don't you? If you get along well with me, I'll ask Tangu to give a crimson sea fruit to your father when he's strong enough. Won't your father become a great fishing master then? He Xiaoyu was obviously not smart enough. Stunned, she asked back, Can Tangu get a crimson sea fruit? Han Fei said, Of course. Didn't you see Feng Zhe throw the crimson sea fruit to the village leader like trash? It means that it's worthless in their eyes. If you give me a bowl of swallowed spirit soup now, I can trade it for a crimson sea fruit later. That's a great deal. He Xiaoyu asked, Really? Han Fei said, Of course. Han Fei did not have the self-awareness of a big bad wolf tricking a lamb. A moment later, he had another bowl of swallowed spirit soup. As he expected, his spiritual energy had changed. Owner, Han Fei level 4, intermediate fisher, spiritual energy greater than 256, 122, spiritual heritage level 1, high quality upgradable, main art void fishing chapter 1, hook kiss mortal level, divine quality. Han Fei said, Ha ha ha! That's insane. 1 bowl of soup equals 1 point of spiritual energy potential. What about 100 bowls? Thinking for a moment, Han Fei suddenly grinned. He Xiaoyu, can I borrow your bamboo rod? He Xiaoyu said, You want to fight again? No. Chapter 16. He Xiaoyu was tempted. She was hesitating about losing a bowl of swallowed spirit soup a moment ago, but Han Fei said that he would give her a bowl of swallowed spirit soup if she borrowed his rod. She wondered if Han Fei was an idiot. You owe me a crimson sea fruit for nothing, but I still have swallowed spirit soup. Han Fei, on the other hand, swaggered away with his rod. A bowl of swallowed spirit soup equaled 1 point of spiritual energy. Was there a faster way to advance? Immediately, Han Fei felt that he had reached the peak of his life. He Xiaoyu felt that something was wrong with Han Fei, so she followed him. Little did she know that everybody he passed looked like swallowed spirit soup in Han Fei's eyes. In the training ground of Class 1, Han Fei kicked the door open. Everybody was jealous when they saw Han Fei. You just came in the morning, and you're here again in the afternoon? Do you really think we dare not beat you up? Hu Kun asked. Han Fei, what do you want this time? Han Fei said nothing. I made a breakthrough today. I'm here to challenge you because I'm happy. Lu Lingji said, Han Fei, you have to use spiritual energy in a formal challenge. You're only level 4. Han Fei said, Whoever defeats me will have my bamboo rod. It's collected from the bottom of the level 1 fishery. It's definitely worth a few mid-quality pearls. What do you say? He Xiaoyu grew anxious and pulled Han Fei away. That's mine. My father will beat me to death if I lose it. Han Fei said, Don't be scared. If I lose it, I'll ask my brothers to compensate you with 10 sticks. He Xiaoyu quickly shook her head. No, what if you lose it? Han Fei said, Lose? I won't lose. I know what I'm doing. Then Han Fei pointed at everybody with a rod and said, Who wants to challenge me? Don't tell me you don't have the courage. Someone immediately jumped out. Come on, you're just a level 4 loser. How dare you be so arrogant? Han Fei, your bamboo rod is mine. Few people in the Heavenly Water Village had bamboo rods. Most of them were owned by fishing masters. He Xiaoyu's father only got her one because he spoiled her. He didn't dare to snatch it, but if he won it, it would be his. Buzz! Both of their hands began to glow, a sign that spiritual energy was surging. Come, let's fight. Wait a moment. Han Fei, you can't go back on your word now. I won't regret it, but if I lose, I have to give you a bamboo stick. What will you give me if you lose? The youth said, I'll give you my iron rod. Why do I need so many sticks? If I win, you have to give me a bowl of swallowed spirit soup. The youth thought about it. What's the big deal? 1 bowl of swallowed spirit soup every 5 days, and it wasn't precious at all. How could it compare to the bamboo stick? All right, you said it yourself. The boy opposite Han Fei was very excited. He felt that the bamboo stick was already in his pocket. He smashed it with great momentum. But Han Fei also raised his bamboo stick and smashed it down fiercely, even with a smirk. Bam! Perhaps it was because he had used too much strength. But when the 2 rods collided, a shock wave blasted out. The young man was sent flying by the rod, and his rod broke into 2. His hands trembled, and blood flowed out of his mouth. His face was very pale. Impossible! How is it possible? How can you be so strong? Hu Kun, Lu Lingji, and He Xiaoyu were all dumbfounded. An expert of the same level had been knocked down by 1 blow? Han Fei sneered. Do you really think I'm level 4? Would I have challenged you if I were really level 4? However, he had consumed 8 points of spiritual energy with 1 blow, which was equivalent to a yellow fish. But on second thought, it was worth it to win a bowl of swallowed spirit soup and to increase the upper limit of spiritual energy. Han Fei immediately shouted, Next! This time, some people felt guilty, but the temptation of the bamboo stick was too great. Another young man stood out. You only have advantages in weapons and combat techniques. My basalt stick is as good as your sweeping stick. Han Fei said, cut the crap. Fight. Han Fei jumped up and slashed at him heavily. The bamboo stick was glittering. The young man on his opposite side also waved a bright blue stick and blocked it. Clang, like a thunderclap under the enhancement of spiritual energy. Both of their faces turned pale. But Han Fei didn't even think about it. He grabbed the bamboo stick and swept it horizontally, almost bursting out all the strength of his waist and abdomen. Clang, the young man on his opposite side was slapped away and smashed into the wall. He vomited blood and couldn't get back on his feet. Han Fei was secretly shocked. Those who had practiced combat skills were indeed different. This time, the 2 strikes cost him 24 points of spiritual energy, 3 times more than the previous strikes. Han Fei mumbled, "For yellow croakers, next." He Xiaoyu was stunned. How could he be so strong? He had just learned sweeping stick in the morning. Was he really a piece of garbage when he was so fierce? Hu Kun looked awful. He was also secretly shocked. Since when was Han Fei so strong? He thought that he had a chance to catch the angel's attention. But Tango had stolen his thunder. Now, could it be that even a piece of trash was going to rise up? Hu Kun immediately gestured at someone. Han Fei, since you're here for a challenge, it doesn't matter who's stronger or weaker. I, Wang Ming, am a level 5 fisher who also practices sweeping stick. Do you dare to fight me? Han Fei said yes, but you have to pay 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup if you challenge someone above your level. Han Fei was serious this time. He didn't think that he would fail, at least in terms of spiritual energy storage. He was far ahead of his opponent. More importantly, a level 4 fisher was too weak. How could a level 5 fisher be any better? Okay, 2 bowls it is. Go down! The battle began quickly, but Han Fei was not scared at all. After all, his basic techniques were cleaving, sweeping, and stabbing. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei slashed his opponent 3 times, so hard that his blood was freezing. Was there no upper limit to this guy's spiritual energy storage? A level 4 fisher only had 80 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei's heavy slashes had at least 10 points of spiritual energy. How many times had he slashed his opponent? 4 or 5 times. Clang, clang, clang. Every time the weapons clashed, the eyelids of the people at the scene twitched. How could this guy still fight? A person was blown away. Han Fei breathed heavily and said, "Next. Any more?" After 7 consecutive slashes, Han Fei knocked the guy down again without giving him any chance to fight back. Everybody's face changed greatly. Han Fei could even defeat a level 5 fisher? But in the next moment, a bunch of people jumped out. Han Fei, I'm here to challenge you. Han Fei, I'm not convinced. Han Fei, I've been meaning to beat you for a long time. He Xiaoyu quickly pulled Han Fei. Wait, you can't fight anymore. You'll lose if you continue. Han Fei smiled and shouted, "Where's my soup? Why haven't my 4 bowls of soup arrived yet?" Someone asked, "Are you going to drink it now?" Han Fei said, "Of course. It doesn't cost me spiritual energy to challenge someone. Are you implying that I don't have time to rest?" At this point, someone could tell that Han Fei was at the end of his rope, but the swallowed spirit soup took half a day to absorb. How much spiritual energy could Han Fei gain if he drank it now? Immediately, someone said, "Stand here and don't move. We'll get it now." A few minutes later, the soup was served. Everybody looked awful. They were very angry that Han Fei stole 4 bowls of soup just like that. Han Fei gave a bowl to He Xiaoyu and said, "We're even now." He Xiaoyu said, "My rod." Han Fei said, "I can still fight." He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Everybody knew how much spiritual energy a level 4 fisher had. Do you think nobody knows that you used up all your spiritual energy just now? Guru, Han Fei, however, was not bothered at all. He raised the bowl and drank 3 bowls of soup in a row. He Xiaoyu's eyes widened. It's useless for you to drink like this. It won't work. Han Fei glanced at the demon purification pot. Owner, Han Fei level for intermediate fisher. Spiritual energy greater than 300, 125. Spiritual heritage, level 1. High quality, upgradable. Main art, void fishing, chapter 1. Hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality. Han Fei took a deep breath. It was indeed a good deal. His original 256 points of spiritual energy did not drop after a few battles, but even increased. It was much better than fishing in the ocean. How much spiritual energy did a yellow fish have? A bowl of swallowed spirit soup was worth almost 10 yellow fish. Han Fei roared. I think I can kill a meat turtle. Who else? Someone was still shocked. He must be faking it. Beat him up. With that, Han Fei rushed over with a rod, jumped up and slashed at him. The man was shocked. When did I say I wanted to fight you? BM, the iron rod in the man's hand was broken. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. Shameless. When did he say he wanted to challenge you? Han Fei said he was about to beat me up. It was a declaration of war. I didn't know that he was so weak. Enough. Hu Kuin stepped forward. Han Fei, what's the meaning of this? Chapter 17. Han Fei intended to goad Hu Kuin into challenging him, but he wasn't confident. After all, Hu Kuin was a real level 6 who couldn't be weaker than He Xiaoyu, and he couldn't defeat He Xiaoyu yet. Although Hu Kuin wanted to fight, he knew that it would be outrageous if he did, so he could only hold back. Han Fei turned around and snorted. Too weak. None of them are worth fighting. He Xiaoyu was stunned. The Han Fei she met today was completely different from the Han Fei she had known for 4 years. She had heard about Han Fei's childhood and knew why Tango protected Han Fei all the time. Was it really as Han Fei said? Was he enlightened? But why was Han Fei so violent after he was enlightened? In fact, Han Fei was not violent at all. He was just looking for the swallowed spirit soup. Now, that 1 bowl of soup could increase his upper limit of spiritual energy by 1 point. Wouldn't he be invincible if he ate 100 bowls? On the training ground of Class 2, BM, the gate was kicked open. Han Fei said, Everybody, how about we make a deal? The bamboo stick in my hand can be said to be priceless. Whoever defeats me will have this bamboo stick. Of course, it doesn't matter even if you lose. Just give me a bowl of swallowed spirit soup. Isn't that the useless Han Fei? Is he an idiot? What a great deal. This bamboo rod is worth a lot of money. Nobody touches it. The bamboo rod is mine. I'm told that he knocked out 3 people in a class this morning. That's under the situation where he doesn't use spiritual energy. This guy only has brute force. When he really encounters a battle where spiritual energy is poured in, he's extremely weak. 10 minutes passed. Everybody was lying on the ground. There were 5 bowls of swallowed spirit soup before Han Fei. Gudu, Gudu! Han Fei looked at He Xiaoyu, who was still dumbfounded. Well, you can have another bowl. Forget it. The rent for a bowl of swallowed spirit soup is indeed too little. Han Fei's name became famous in half a day. A piece of trash had defeated all the students of the same level in his class, and even defeated those of a higher level. The whole school was shocked. The teachers were having a meeting to discuss how to deal with the talents with level 3 spiritual heritage. Suddenly, a probationary teacher walked in. Well, Master Wang Jie, can you do me a favor? Wang Jie asked, What is it? The intern teacher said, Well, Han Fei from your class hit someone in school. Wang Jie sneered. Him? Who did he hit? Teacher Zhang, it's normal for students to spar occasionally. Otherwise, they would be flowers in a greenhouse. Teacher, she smiled bitterly. Was that really a spar? No, Teacher Wang Jie. He has already beaten the whole grade. Right now, no one in the same realm as him can fight him. He's even starting to challenge those of a higher realm. Uft! The fishing masters were dumbfounded. What, beat an entire grade? Was he challenging someone of a higher level? Wang Jie was dumbfounded. Hey, are you sure the Han Fei you're talking about is the Han Fei from our class? The intern teacher. Other than the one in your class, there's no other Han Fei in our school. When the teachers arrived, Han Fei was yelling at one of the classes. Can you do it or not? My bamboo stick can be sold for 10 mid-quality pearls, and you'll only have to pay a bowl of swallowed spirit soup. In the end, a group of experts of the same level shook their heads like a rattle drum. Han Fei said, how cowardly. Those who bullied me before. You don't have to fight me, but you'd better deliver my swallowed spirit soup in 3 days, or I'll show you no mercy. Someone said gloomily, I'll fight you. I'll fight you. Han Fei said, that won't do. You're a level 6 fisher, and I'm only level 4. The man was probably about to explode in fury. I don't want your bamboo stick. If you win, I'll give you 4 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. Deal. Han Fei was about to measure the gap between him and a level 6 fisher when someone came to him. He Xiaoyu said, Han Fei, are you crazy? He's a level 6 fisher. Don't ruin your foundation for a few bowls of swallowed spirit soup. Han Fei said solemnly, am I doing this for the swallowed spirit soup? I'm not. I'm just training myself. Only with a strong body can I survive better in the ocean. He Xiaoyu blinked. Why do I feel that you're fooling me? You're doing this for the swallowed spirit soup. One of the mentors said, huh? That's Qin Guang from our class. His spiritual heritage is level 2, high quality, and Han Fei is going to fight him? Wang Jie was rather dizzy too. Wasn't Han Fei a level 2 fisher? Since when could he challenge a level 6 fisher? A teacher from Wang Jie's class suddenly said, right, I remember now. I sensed that Han Fei was different this morning, so I asked him. I learned that he became a level 4 fisher. Wang Jie asked, Mr. Su, is it true? Mr. Su said it's true. The boy said that he made a breakthrough after a life-and-death experience. While the fishing masters were still chatting, Han Fei and Qin Guang took action. The spiritual light between the two of them shone brightly, and a huge force burst out between the bamboo stick and the steel stick. Han Fei smashed all the way. Spiritual energy was flowing out of the bamboo stick every time he smashed it. After a long time, Han Fei began to sweep again. He didn't stop after 5 or 6 sweeps. Qin Guang, on the other hand, couldn't resist Han Fei's spiritual energy at all. It must be noted that there was a limit to how much spiritual energy a fisher had. Qin Guang only had 136 points of spiritual energy, but all his spiritual energy had been used to resist Han Fei's bamboo stick. How could he fight? After Han Fei smashed for the 16th time, Qin Guang's stick was finally smashed out of his hand, and he was blown away. Qin Guang's face was pale. He couldn't understand why he was beaten so badly by a level 4 fisher. More importantly, was there no limit to the guy's spiritual energy? Not just Qin Guang. All the fishing masters were dumbfounded. Could a level 4 fisher have so much spiritual energy to unleash? Are you kidding me? Han Fei smashed the bamboo stick 16 times. Even if he only gained 8 points of spiritual energy each time, it would still be 128 points. A level 4 fisher could have 128 points of spiritual energy? That was the spiritual energy that only a level 6 fisher could have, all right? Han Fei, on the other hand, simply picked up the bowl of swallowed spirit soup and gulped it down one bowl after another. Immediately, Han Fei looked much better. There was indeed a gap between a level 6 fisher and a level 4 fisher. The guy's body was stronger than his, but it could be a problem in a battle. Qin Guang would rather take a few hits than fight Han Fei. It was still hard to tell who would win the battle. Han Fei said, He Xiaoyu, help me drink some. I can't drink anymore. He Xiaoyu was almost in tears. I can't drink anymore either. I've had 13 bowls already. EW, Among the fishing masters, a middle-aged fishing master found it weird. Why was his daughter involved in this? Also, the bamboo stick in Han Fei's hand seemed to belong to his daughter. The other fishing masters were lost for words. They had never seen anyone throw up after drinking the swallowed spirit soup. How many bowls had he had exactly? As a matter of fact, the swallowed spirit soup was completely useless for Han Fei. When he found that his current storage limit of spiritual energy was stuck at 139 points, he knew what was going on. However, it had nothing to do with his challenges. Although his spiritual energy storage limit couldn't be changed, the swallowed spirit soup was full of spiritual energy. A bowl of swallowed spirit soup was worth almost 10 yellow croakers. Now, even He Xiaoyu was throwing up after drinking the soup. It was not hard to imagine how much Han Fei had drunk. A student in the crowd was lost for words. Han Fei, you've had more than 30 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. Are you not going to pee? Han Fei, however, belched and said, I can hold it for a while longer. Let me ask who else. Han Fei was still talking proudly, but he was lost for words when he saw the indescribable expressions on the students' faces. Why were they all withered? How was he supposed to do that? Han Fei said without looking back, one by one. This class isn't over yet. Don't be hasty. How many more classes are you going to fight? The voice sounded rather solemn and familiar. Han Fei turned around, only to see Wang Jie staring at him gloomily with a bunch of teachers next to him. Rolling his eyes, Han Fei immediately said, Sir, well, I suddenly remembered that I need to pee. I'll go first. You can hold it for a while longer. Don't think about going anywhere. He Xiaoyu rose quickly. Han Fei, give me your bamboo rod. Seeing that, Han Fei knew that he couldn't fight anymore, so he tossed the bamboo rod to He Xiaoyu. Then He Xiaoyu's father said, Little girl, come home with me. Everybody was greatly relieved to see that Han Fei was gone. The guy was finally gone. He had defeated a level 6 expert. Could it be that only level 7 experts could defeat him? How did the useless guy become so strong all of a sudden? Everybody knew that Tengu had a level 7 spiritual heritage, but Han Fei only had a level 1 spiritual heritage. Even if Tengu asked for the help of angels, he couldn't have grown so fast. On the playground, narrowing his eyes, Wang Jie said, I can understand that you've advanced, but what's with your spiritual energy? Han Fei said, Sir, my spiritual energy is endless. Pah! Han Fei immediately suffered a slap on the head. Wang Jie was lost for words. Endless spiritual energy? Even Feng Zhe, the angel from the city, would have to ask him if he had endless spiritual energy. You, endless spiritual energy? Wang Jie said, Let's talk nicely. Han Fei said, Sir, the swallowed spirit soup in my stomach hasn't been fully digested yet, so my spiritual energy is constantly supplied. Wang Jie said, That's bull's asterisk it. Can you transform your spiritual energy into 16 sweeping sticks in 1 minute? Han Fei played dumb. I can transform it as long as the swallowed spirit soup is in my stomach. It was Wang Jie's turn to be stunned. He asked again, Can you transform it? Han Fei said, Yes. My spiritual energy will be back after I drink the swallowed spirit soup. I can beat them up with 1 bowl of swallowed spirit soup at most, or 2 bowls. Chapter 18. Wang Jie was suspicious about Han Fei's ability to absorb and transform spiritual energy. He had never seen anyone who could transform spiritual energy so fast. Was he born with it? If so, why did he wait until today to show it? Wang Jie said, Why don't you try attacking me? Han Fei said regretfully, Master, we're on the same side. There's no need to waste spiritual energy, is there? Wang Jie said, Isn't your spiritual energy endless? Why would I waste it? Han Fei said, No, sir. It wasn't easy for me to fill my stomach with swallowed spirit soup. I can't waste it. Wang Jie said, Just do it. What's the point of talking? Han Fei complained. Master, I don't have a rod. I borrowed it from He Xiaoyu. Wang Jie thought for a moment and said, Wait a moment. A few minutes later, Wang Jie came and tossed an iron rod to Han Fei. Try hitting me. Han Fei complained in his heart. You're shameless enough to use an iron rod? Look at He Xiaoyu. She was holding a bamboo rod that was as powerful as a dozen iron rods. However, Han Fei knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he could only waste some spiritual energy. Han Fei smashed down hard, and the iron rod split the air in a whistling sound. Bam! 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 Wang Jie simply blocked it with his fishing rod. It was quite easy. He slashed, swept, and even stabbed Wang Jie, but he couldn't hurt him at all. Han Fei was shocked. Was a fishing master so strong? How strong was a great fishing master? How strong was Fang Zhe, who claimed to be a hidden fishing master? Wang Jie said he's very strong. Did you have any adventures in the sea that night? Han Fei shook his head quickly. No, just a small fish tide. Wang Jie pondered for a moment. You're very strong. You're as strong as a level 6 fisher. Are you born with extraordinary strength and a special constitution? But Wang Jie immediately shook his head. Han Fei only had a level 1, high-quality spiritual heritage. So what if he had those 2 extraordinary talents? Besides, it was impossible to tell whether or not it was Han Fei's talent. He had to wait and see. Wang Jie said, Don't bother your classmates with your current situation. Since you're so strong, you should gain more experience in the general fishery. Try placing the hook below 5 meters. Remember, it must not exceed 8 meters. Master, shouldn't I be learning combat skills now? Wang Jie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Combat skills? You haven't even mastered the sweeping stick technique, and you want to learn other combat skills? Let's talk about battle techniques when your soul is awakened or when you become a level 7 fisher. Seeing Han Fei's embarrassment, Wang Jie snorted. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Didn't you notice that all the students below level 7 use stick or fist techniques? That's because middle and low-level fishers can't grasp the essence of other battle techniques at all. Stick techniques and fist techniques are the most versatile and practical. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Han Fei temporarily gave up the idea of learning combat skills. After challenging for a long time, he found that everyone used stick techniques. Besides, rod techniques were a combat skill after all, and they were extremely violent when used to fight, so Han Fei didn't mind. Tang Ge didn't come back. He hadn't been heard from since he was taken away by Fang Zhe, having drunk almost 40 bowls of swallowed spirit soup in the afternoon. Han Fei felt that his spiritual energy was overflowing, but it was just an illusion. The data in the demon purification pot soared. Owner Han Fei, level 4, intermediate fisher, spiritual energy greater than 1,488, 139, spiritual heritage, level 1, high quality, upgradable, main art, void fishing, chapter 1, hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality. Han Fei was very excited to see his inventory of spiritual energy. He almost wanted to deduce another powerful art. Unfortunately, he wasn't even a fishing master yet. He couldn't even practice combat skills, much less arts. After a night of cultivation, he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper his body. For some reason, although it was several times faster than soul fishing, it couldn't be compared to last night. Was it because there was no moon? In the meantime, Han Fei wanted to upgrade his spiritual heritage, but considering that he had to keep some of his trump cards, he held back. In the morning, Han Fei went to the port with his fishing rod. The port was always lively at any time of the day. Outside the port, there were 3 main roads, each of which was packed with people, and there were 5 such bustling ports in Tianshui town. Yellow croaker meatballs, 2 sea coins each. Green bait worms are on sale. Only 75 sea coins per box. Only for one day. Sea melon seeds. Fresh sea melon seeds. 5 sea coins per kilogram. Come and buy it now. Smelling snails are on sale. Only 10 today. 12 low-quality pearls per unit. Hurry up. Many people gathered around when they heard that there was a smelling snail. Boss, how about 10 low-quality pearls for a smelling snail? The boss said, no, it's not for sale. I've broken too many fishing lines to buy 10 smelling snails. Boss, I'll have one. Boss, I'll have 2. Han Fei clicked his tongue. There were quite a lot of rich people here. He only bought one for 12 low-quality pearls, but it was sold crazily. Smelling snails were snails that lived at the bottom of the sea. Sometimes deep-water fish would devour them. Most fishermen got them from fishing. Of course, some desperate fishermen would dive and dig from the bottom of the sea when they became a peak fisher. But such cases were rare because the bottom of the sea was very dangerous. Even in regular fisheries, people could be killed. For example, they might be attacked by several snake belts or venomous sea snakes. However, there were always people who would do things that were profitable. For example, someone was running close with a coral branch and shouting, "Does anyone want a coral branch?" 1 mid-quality pearl per kilogram. Someone immediately approached him. "Brother, I'll buy half a kilogram." Someone squeezed past him. "Brother, I'll buy half a kilogram." Things like this happened almost every day. Han Fei looked at the dazzling sea goods, ranging from 1 sea coin to 1 mid-quality pearl. Since Han Fei was not in a hurry today, he spent a while looking around. He found that most of the snacks here were steamed without seasonings. Wouldn't he make a fortune if he opened a barbecue stall? Before Han Fei had time to think, he heard a commotion on the main road far away. Dozens of people walked to Han Fei around a middle-aged man. When he approached, Han Fei saw that the man was carrying a meat turtle on his shoulder. He glanced at it, and a bunch of data popped up. Name, meat turtle, level, 9 quality, regular, spiritual energy greater than 188 points, effect, increase blood and widen veins, collectible, inferior turtle shell, absorbable. Han Fei was surprised. This was the most advanced sea beast he had ever seen, and it contained so much spiritual energy. Hiss! Many people gasped hard. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my God! How did this guy catch a meat turtle?" Someone surrounded the middle-aged, brawny man. "Brother, 5 mid-quality pearls is a lot. Why don't you just sell it?" The middle-aged man shook his head stubbornly. "I'm giving this meat turtle to my son for training. It's not for sale." The man around him, who was obviously a merchant, tried to persuade him. "Brother, what level is your son? Does he lack weapons? Combat techniques? We can trade for them." The middle-aged man still shook his head. How rare was a meat turtle? Many fishermen could never catch one in their entire lives. It was all a coincidence, all right? It was the most expensive thing in the general fishery except for a few special items. The merchant said, "Brother, let's cut to the chase. 6 mid-quality pearls is our limit." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment. It was too much money. 6 mid-quality pearls was almost a year's income for a regular person. However, the middle-aged man only hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth. "I'm not selling it." Exactly at this moment, the crowd was parted. A handsome young man dressed in white led a group of servants over. Seeing them, someone immediately exclaimed, "The Wang family of Heavenly Water, a family of 5 fishing masters." Someone said in a low voice, "I'm told that the Grand Master of the Wang family has become a great fishing master." "It's over. This meat turtle will definitely belong to the Wang family." The young man looked at the middle-aged man with a smile and said, "Uncle, why don't you sell this meat turtle to me? I'll give you 8 mid-quality pearls and a bottle of fish head body polishing fluid." The middle-aged man was stunned by the price and was somewhat dumbfounded. "Uncle, you'd better think it through before you make a decision. Good things are always coveted." But before the middle-aged man could speak, Another group of people walked over in a grandiose manner. A peddler quickly moved aside and shouted at Han Fei, "It's Li Hu, the young master of the tigers from the east side. Get out of the way." The tigers from the east side was a notorious evil force in the Heavenly Water Village. It was said that the leader of the tigers was unstoppable in the level 1 fishery because of his rare spiritual beast, a tigerhead fish. On the sea, even great fishing masters had to show him respect. Li Hu glanced at the young man from the Wang family coldly. "Wang Baiyu, since when can the Wang family rob the territory of the tigers?" The young man, who was called Wang Baiyu, was not angry at all. Instead, he looked at him with a chuckle. "The tigers can restrict the trade in the port? Or does the tigers think that nobody in the Heavenly Water Village can stop you?" Li Hu said, "Then ask him if he dares to sell it." The middle-aged man immediately stopped thinking about it. He couldn't afford to piss off the tigers. Wang Baiyu said, "Then buy it. If you buy it, I'll rob it from you. It'll save me a lot of money." Han Fei looked at the young man from the Wang family calmly, but his words were extremely domineering. Li Hu grinned. "Then why don't you try to rob me?" The middle-aged man was quite pitiful. He could have blown up the two brats easily, but he dared not touch them because of their family background. "Why don't we split it in half?" Chapter 19. For a moment, everybody was looking for the source of the voice. Han Fei didn't mean it. "Isn't it just a turtle? The uncle worked so hard to get it back, but you guys are fighting over it. Don't you see that the uncle is trembling?" Coldness beamed out of Li Hu's eyes. Before he spoke, one of his men behind him scolded, "Boy, who allowed you to speak here?" Han Fei was speechless. "So I can't even speak?" Wang Baiyu smiled. "The tigers are so arrogant. You don't even allow me to speak? If you dare to touch him, I'll chop off your hands." Li Hu sneered. "He's right. I want the turtle shell, and you can have the turtle meat." Wang Baiyu smiled disdainfully. "What are you thinking? Can you use the turtle shell if I give it to you? In the entire Heavenly Water Village, only the Wang family has an armorist. If you can find a second armorist, you can have the turtle shell." Li Hu seemed too lazy to argue. He simply snorted, "Beat it. Anything in the tigers' territory belongs to the tigers." Two people behind Li Hu unleashed a powerful aura. They were covered in spiritual energy and seemed to be covered in a layer of faint light. Only level 7 fishers could have such strength. The two of them rushed out like sharp arrows. Halfway through, they heard a hum, and 2 swords were shot from the sky, also wrapped in spiritual energy. Han Fei hurried to step back. Han Fei hurriedly stepped back. At that moment, he felt a powerful force that seemed to be able to tear him apart at any time. Swoosh! Cold light flashed, and the 2 swords were stabbed into the ground. Then 2 hands appeared on the ground. An armorist. Li Hu looked at the crowd in shock, only to see a middle-aged brawny man striding over with a huge box on his back. Third young master. The man walked to Wang Baiyu, greeted him respectfully, and then stood aside. Li Hu said, Good. Is the Wang family declaring war on the tigers?" Before Wang Baiyu said anything, the middle-aged brawny man said indifferently, "Declaring war on the tigers? Let your father, Li Ju, say the same thing." This farce ended just as quickly as it started. Wang Baiyu chuckled and was about to leave. In the end, he said, "By the way, Li Hu, the tortoise meat will be delivered to your house." Everyone on the street kept quiet out of fear. The middle-aged man who was carrying the meat tortoise didn't dare say anything. Someone walked in front of him and carried the meat tortoise. At the same time, they gave him the reward he deserved. Li Hu snorted and walked back, his eyes even colder. Han Fei, on the other hand, stood where he was. The scene just now was too shocking. 2 mystic rays flashed, and 2 arms fell to the ground. What if the mystic light was aimed at his head? Looking at the middle-aged brawny man carrying the box, Han Fei was shocked. An armorist? What the hell is that? He had never even heard of such a thing in his memories. Han Fei guessed that perhaps when he became a fishing master, he would naturally know all the answers. He was not in a hurry. After the battle, the street was filled with all kinds of shouts again, but Han Fei didn't want to stay for a moment. There were still too many unknown mysteries in this world waiting for him to understand, and one of the basic prerequisites to understand all this was to become a fishing master. At the departure port, it was the same female registrar. Han Fei said, "Sister Qin, I'm going to sea." Qin nodded. "Yes, register." "Huh, you've made a breakthrough?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, I was lucky enough to make a breakthrough." Qin nodded. "But you're still too weak. Let's wait for the fishing boat over there." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Sister Qin, can I rent an 8-person fishing boat for myself?" Qin was surprised. "Rent an 8-person fishing boat? Can you afford the fish tax?" She asked if Han Fei could afford the fish tax, but her hands were already recording. Han Fei thought that she would ask something, but she said casually, "Everybody has to pay the price for their choices. It just depends on whether or not they can afford the price." Few people would rent a fishing boat for themselves, so Han Fei's boat arrived very quickly. The reason why he rented an 8-person fishing boat was that there were 8 fish cabins. If the small fish tide happened again, he would make a lot of money. Han Fei boarded the boat and controlled it to fly to a place slightly further away from the general fishery. The general fishery was said to have a radius of 1,000 kilometers, but very few people could really run more than 500 kilometers. Because there was not enough spiritual energy to control the boat, even peak-level fishers could only run 600 or 700 kilometers away. As for Han Fei, he didn't intend to go so far. He planned to go 100 or 200 kilometers away. If he went too far, he wouldn't be able to come back. But in less than 10 minutes, Han Fei discovered something that shocked him. The ship was broken. The ship was out of control. It was flying away. "Shoot, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?" In the headquarters of the Tigers in the Heavenly Water Village. "Young master, I'm sure that guy won't come back." Li Hu nodded. "Okay, got it." For Li Hu, this was a trivial matter. He didn't even remember what Han Fei looked like. He only knew that someone interfered when he was fighting with Wang Baiyu, which disgusted him. That was all. Han Fei didn't know that he had been schemed against, at least not yet. BM with a bang, Han Fei found that the controller had exploded, and his eyeballs almost popped out. What's going on? Not only can you control spiritual energy, but why did your controller explode? Han Fei's face was dark. He didn't know how far he had flown. Anyway, there was no boat above the sea. Besides, the controller of the fishing boat had exploded, so the whole boat had no power. Even the suspension became a problem. The boat swayed and began to fall quickly. "Shoot, am I going to die from the fall?" At an altitude of hundreds of meters, the fishing boat was falling. Han Fei thought that it was over. How could the boat withstand such a heavy fall? It would be smashed into a pile of wood. Hearing the howling wind, Han Fei held the edge of the boat tightly. Dozens of meters before he entered the water, he suddenly jumped up from the boat and then fell into the sea. The moment he entered the water, Han Fei was very nervous. The fish in the sea were very scary. If a few blade fish or snake belts appeared, he could kill them in minutes. Fortunately, although he entered the water fast, there were no shoals of fish around. Even if there were, they were all scared away by the sudden shock. The first thing Han Fei did in the sea was to open his eyes and get on the boat. He didn't fall very fast. If the boat was of good quality, it wouldn't be damaged. But an accident happened. Far away, Han Fei saw a large green turtle that seemed to be attracted by the noise and swam to him. It was twice the size of regular green turtles. Shoot! When the big fish was only 5 meters away from him, the green turtle suddenly turned around, as if it had lost interest in him. Han Fei heaved a sigh of relief and was about to swim up, but then he saw a few shining knives. Han Fei almost wanted to cry. Those were blade fish, and there were several of them. Han Fei dared not move at all. You won't eat me, will you? You don't have a floating monster as big as me. Besides, I'm not a green bait. As he expected, the blade fish circled around Han Fei and swam away. One of them even swam past Han Fei's head and looked at Han Fei with its big eyes, as if wondering why it hadn't seen this thing before. Han Fei put his hand on his waist and took out the blade fish dagger. Who knew if the blade fish would be stupid enough to come and slash him? Seeing that the blade fish did not move, Han Fei waved his hands and decided to float to the surface of the water. The moment Han Fei was about to swim, he discovered to his surprise that his vision in the water was so good. Also, after shaking his body, he found that he could move freely in the sea. Were people in this world born with swimming skills? But before Han Fei swam to the surface, he saw a snake-like thing wriggling close at a high speed. Shoot a snake belt? Han Fei felt that he was unlucky. The green turtles and the blade fish might not have attacked him unless he was in danger. But the snake belt was different. It loved warm things, and what could be warmer than itself at this moment? It's trying to crawl into my body. Thinking of that, Han Fei dived deeper. If he stuck his head out of the water, he would only be pierced by the snake belt when he couldn't see anything. Holding the dagger, Han Fei faced the snake belt warily. Chapter 20. Han Fei's heart was pounding. He tried to calm himself down and circled with the snake belt with the blade fish dagger. Naturally, the human body couldn't react as fast as the snake belt. Thankfully, Han Fei was a cultivator who lived on the sea and had to be more agile. All of a sudden, Han Fei sensed a shadow darting at him from the bottom left. He didn't dare to slack off. Holding the dagger, Han Fei tightened his muscles and unleashed his spiritual energy to cover his body. Thankfully, he didn't upgrade his spiritual heritage with spiritual energy, or he wouldn't have enough spiritual energy. Other people wouldn't dare to do that. Only high-level experts above level 7 dared to cover their body with spiritual energy because it consumed a lot of spiritual energy. If 7 or 8 points of spiritual energy were consumed when spiritual energy was injected into the rod, then 30 or 40 points of spiritual energy would be consumed when one covered his body with spiritual energy. However, the moment the spiritual energy covered his body, Han Fei was as agile as a fish. His body was no longer affected by the water current, and his eyesight and reflexes immediately caught up. Gullilu, Han Fei slashed at it, but it was still not as fast as the snake belt. He saw this thing open its mouth wide, turn around, and directly attack his chest. Not daring to slack off, Han Fei dodged, waved the dagger with his right hand, and punched with his left. Because both punches were fast, the snake belt was hit. However, Han Fei didn't use much strength, and the snake belt was only half a meter away from him. Han Fei quickly turned around, only to see that the snake belt was coming at him again. It was as fast as a streak of light in the ocean. Han Fei didn't know any underwater combat techniques. He regretted that he didn't have the iron rod in his hand. If he had the rod, he would have been scared of him. However, he only had a dagger in his hand, so he could only use it as a rod. Woo! Woo! He waved the dagger in the ocean, and the sound became weird. Han Fei filled the dagger with spiritual energy and slashed randomly. Although it was a random attack, it was still a deterrent to the snake belt. Then he felt a pain in his wrist. It turned out that the snake belt had bitten his wrist when he was unprepared. Han Fei didn't know that fish were also intelligent. The dagger that Han Fei infused with spiritual energy scared him. Then why didn't he just bite his hand and make him throw away the dagger? Just when Han Fei thought he was going to lose a piece of flesh, just when Snakebite thought that his plan was about to succeed, Han Fei's hand suddenly flashed, and a gourd suddenly appeared, shining. Snakebite seemed to be startled. He turned his head and wanted to run. But could Han Fei make it do what it wanted? You've been tormenting me for half a day, and I've consumed hundreds of spiritual energy. How can I let you run away? Immediately, Han Fei grabbed the snake belt's tail. Guessing that the snake belt's tail was slippery, Han Fei stabbed the knife into the snake belt's tail. Immediately, squeaks echoed in the seawater, and then the snake belt dragged Han Fei down crazily. Han Fei was stunned too. Before he could react, he was suddenly dragged to the bottom of the sea. When he wanted to let go, he had already dived dozens of meters, and Han Fei felt the pressure from the seawater. Damn it, it's all your fault. They've already run away. Why are you still fighting like an idiot? His original intention was to let go immediately and swim up, but when he glanced around, he saw several snake belts swimming in the water. Apart from the snake belts, there are also green turtles, and there seemed to be a giant meat turtle far away. As for the other fish, they were too colorful for him to recognize, nor did he have time to do so. Damn it, a snake belt has already put me in such a situation. If I let go now, won't I be killed in minutes? Han Fei didn't dare to let go, but as he dived deeper and deeper, the pressure on him grew greater and greater. For some reason, Han Fei found that after fighting underwater for so long and being dragged all the way here, he didn't feel the lack of oxygen at all. His body functions were normal, and he was still holding his breath. He felt that he could stay underwater for another 10 or 20 minutes. But even so, he couldn't stay underwater forever. Seeing that he was about to reach the bottom, Han Fei hurriedly grabbed the dagger, grabbed the snake belts wound with one hand and pulled it back. As he pulled, the snake belt was immediately cut into halves by the blade fish's dagger, and blood immediately flowed out. But Han Fei couldn't care less about the snake belt. He hurriedly swam to the other side with the dagger. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, a fish that came out of nowhere rushed up and tore at the snake belt. Han Fei watched the ferocious snake belt turn into a long fish bone in the blink of an eye. Seeing the coral reefs, Han Fei hurried to swim to them. It was too horrifying. If dozens of fish bit him, even a fishing master would be gnawed into bones, not to mention a fisherman. But when Han Fei saw the bottom of the sea, he was completely shocked. The bottom of the sea was colorful. The corals were crimson, stretching for thousands of meters, and the bottom of the sea was full of all kinds of shells. There were big sea clams, huge flower toads, half-meter-long green crabs that raised their pincers and looked at Han Fei warily, and sea anemones that were full of tentacles were waving in the water. For a moment, Han Fei was dazzled, and a series of data popped up in front of his eyes. Name, bloody anemone level, 10 quality, regular, spiritual energy, greater than 1,888 points, effect inedible. Can be used as medicine, collectible, dissolved poison, absorbable. Name, iron ruler coral, level, 10 quality, regular, spiritual energy, greater than 100 points, effect inedible. Can be used for refining, collectible, coral core, absorbable. Han Fei was a little stunned by the data. Weren't there too many creatures? He couldn't read all of them at all. In the blink of an eye, a colorful fish was sucked by the sea anemone, and then the dense tubes were inserted into the fish's body, turning the fish into fish bones. Creeped out, Han Fei immediately stayed away from the sea anemone. Han Fei turned his head and tried to look at something else, only to see that a starfish the size of a basin suddenly spun like a top and crawled into the mud at the bottom of the sea. Han Fei even saw a sea clam several meters long with a glittering pearl in its open mouth. Han Fei concluded that it was not a regular pearl because it was glowing. Hiss! Is it a high-quality pearl? Han Fei took a closer look. Name, Ghost Blade Clam level, 10 quality, regular, spiritual energy greater than 192 points, effect. It's delicious and can improve one's body quality. Collectible, Ghost Bead, which can nurture veins and vessels, absorbable. Wow, that's a treasure! Han Fei knew that items that nurtured veins and vessels could easily cost dozens of mid-quality pearls. Ordinary people might not be able to buy them, even if they saved money for a lifetime. Han Fei looked around, only to find that the bottom of the sea was not so dangerous. Although fish half a meter long were swimming here and there, Nobody regarded Han Fei as an enemy. Many smaller fish were even wandering around Han Fei. Han Fei thought of something and was about to pick the pearl. But in the next moment, a black fish charged at him, as if it were going to compete with him for it. Han Fei was angry at first. It wasn't easy for him to come down here, and you're trying to compete with me for the pearl? But then Han Fei stopped talking because the edge of the sea clam suddenly bared countless sharp teeth and closed them. To Han Fei's horror, the black fish was bitten into halves. Han Fei was so scared that he was sweating hard. Although he couldn't sweat right now, his blood was still freezing. F***CK, this is a scam. Is this a F***king clam? I've never heard that a sea clam has teeth. Han Fei looked at the smaller sea clams that were scattered on the ground and then at the bigger one, only to lose interest. No wonder it was called a ghost blade clam. Such a huge sea clam couldn't be ordinary. Wasn't the undersea species too weird? In the distance, something that looked like a spring was bouncing over from afar. When it got closer, it looked like a conical nail no matter how one looked at it. But Han Fei knew that they were called oncomalania snails. When they were attacked, they would stab people with their nails. If regular fishermen caught an oncomalania snail, they would have to be careful not to be nailed, or their bodies would be pierced through. Han Fei swam like a fish. He was not scared of the coral reefs. They were like rocks and would not attack him. Also, he could use the coral reefs to protect himself when he was in danger. Of course, he had to avoid places that he couldn't see clearly. God knew how many creatures were hiding in the coral reefs. Han Fei only wanted to find a stick or something that was suitable to be a stick. His first thought was to cut a coral, but he couldn't cut it at all. Even though he filled his dagger with spiritual energy, he only managed to damage a small part of it. So hard! Han Fei's eyes glittered. He began to cut a long coral with the blade fish dagger. It would be much more powerful than an iron rod if it were made into a stick. Unfortunately, it was not a bamboo stick. A long time later, Han Fei began to swim in the coral reefs with a coral stick. He was thinking about how he could return to the surface of the water. He sensed that the oxygen was running out. Chapter 21. Could corals grow fruits? The idea flashed in Han Fei's head, but he immediately rejected it. Han Fei swam closer and found that something was wrong. Why were there so many bones here? Yes, there were bones everywhere. There were fish bones, turtle shells, and even human bones. More importantly, there was more than one human bone. When he looked at the fruit on the crimson tree, Han Fei was shocked to see data. Name: purple bamboo tree, level 10, quality, ultra quality, spiritual energy. Effect: collectible, purple bamboo fruit, absorbable, purple bamboo fruit. Han Fei immediately remembered that Feng Zhe threw a crimson sea fruit to the village leader. Han Fei didn't see it clearly, but he saw how excited the village leader was. He didn't expect to see such a marvelous thing. It was indeed an ultra-quality thing, but he wondered how it was compared to the crimson sea fruit. Wait! Han Fei immediately calmed down. There were bones everywhere. There must be a great danger ahead. Otherwise, why would those people and creatures die? Han Fei immediately retreated a few meters and saw a blade fish dagger stuck in the coral. It must have belonged to the dead people. Apart from the blade fish dagger, Han Fei recognized that there seemed to be a fishing rod and an iron rod. Seeing the iron rod, Han Fei immediately pulled out the iron fishing rod on his back. The coral rod was for self-defense, but it wasn't easy to use something as crude as coral in a real fight. But the iron rod, no matter how lousy it was still an iron rod. Phew! Han Fei threw out the fishing hook. It not only hooked the iron rod, but it also circled around the rod. That was the difference between the godly hook kiss and regular fishing. Ordinary fishing techniques were used to deal with fish, which required fishing skills to prevent the fish from escaping. Hook kiss, on the other hand, combined the hook, the fishing line, and the fishing rod into one with a unique hook technique. It could even be used in combat. However, Han Fei had only practiced it for a while and wasn't familiar with it yet. One of the purposes of going out to sea this time was to practice hook kiss. Now, it was just the initial application of hook kiss, and it had already amazed him. Han Fei grabbed the iron rod and pulled back the dagger that was stabbed into the coral reef in the same way. As for the others, he saw human bones, but he didn't see any weapons. There were a few fishing rods, but the best ones were made of fine iron. He couldn't carry them now, and they would only be a burden to him. Turtle shell? Both the Wong family and the tigers are fighting over the turtle shell. It must be something good. Swish! The hook hooked over, and with a pull, Han Fei's face changed. So heavy? It weighed more than 100 kilograms. How was he supposed to carry it? Han Fei's heart was bleeding. It was not that he did not want it, but the turtle shell was too heavy for him to float. What a huge loss! Entering a treasure mountain, but returning empty-handed is too much of a loss. However, Han Fei did not think too much about it. He gave up on the turtle shell and focused his attention on the purple bamboo tree. Han Fei was very tempted. This purple bamboo tree was born to be made into a stick. Han Fei was wondering if he should try. What if he hooked it? But what if he failed? What if there was some trouble? In the end, Han Fei couldn't help it. On the path of cultivation, one had to keep getting stronger. Life and death were predestined. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Only with strength could one have the right to speak. For Han Fei, risking his life was a common thing. He made up his mind and took the risk. Even though he had made the gamble, Han Fei was afraid of death. Therefore, he retreated another 10 meters and stuck himself inside a coral bush. His feet were nothing but a stepping stone. If an accident happened, he could eject immediately. Even if he couldn't run away, the coral reefs could help him. Damn! Han Fei immediately made up his mind and threw the hook at the purple bamboo fruit. His heart was beating fast. Closer! Closer! Swish! The hook instantly hooked onto the fruit. But the moment the hook touched the purple bamboo fruit, Han Fei felt the coral shake, and then he saw a big head poke out from one of the holes. Name Sea Dragon, level 18 quality, rare, contains spiritual energy. Effect? Collectible. Absorbable, wow. Damn, a sea dragon? A level 18 rare monster? I'm screwed. I'm screwed. The sea dragon was not a real dragon, but a sea python, or more precisely, a sea snake. It was just one of the more powerful sea snakes. Wasn't it a level 1 demon snake? Why did it appear here? Han Fei bet that he was absolutely no match for it. Han Fei immediately wanted to retract the line and run. But the fruit didn't come off and the fishing line was straight. Seeing that he couldn't snatch it, Han Fei gave up decisively. After all, even if he could snatch the treasure, he had to be alive to enjoy it. Han Fei immediately shook the fishing rod, transmitting the force from the rod to the fishing line and then to the fishing hook. Instantly, the fishing hook came off, and Han Fei cast the hook again, this time not at the purple bamboo fruit, but at a coral dozens of meters behind him. In the blink of an eye, the sea serpent rushed out and stared at Han Fei with bloodshot eyes, as if it were saying, "How dare you rob me of my stuff?" Seeing that the sea serpent's big head was charging at him, Han Fei pulled the hook hard and cast it to the coral on the other side with a swish. A strange scene unfolded in the coral. Han Fei cast the hook now and then, and wherever the hook landed, Han Fei would quickly fly to it. Every time Han Fei flew out, the coral behind him would be broken by the sea serpent's head. The whole process was like Spider-Man's. He flew among the buildings with spider threads. Han Fei said, "Brother, I'm really not robbing you of your stuff. Can we talk it out?" That's it. There's no way out. The coral was almost gone, and he was back to where he came from. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei made up his mind and swam to the sea anemones. Unfortunately, he was too slow, and the sea serpent was too fast. The sea serpent was about to bite him. Han Fei gritted his teeth, and cast the hook at the ghost blade clam that was opening its mouth. Crack! The sound of teeth clenching came into Han Fei's ears. It was too dangerous. This place was too dangerous. Hew! The ghost blade clam's mouth was aimed at Han Fei, as if it were waiting for Han Fei to come to it. Right when Han Fei was about to approach it, he suddenly leaned upward and did a somersault, bypassing the ghost blade clam. In the next second, a big head hit the ghost blade clam. If the ghost blade clam were conscious, it would have been lost for words. How could such a big head extend in? It couldn't bite it. Its sharp teeth protruded, and it tried to bite the sea serpent, only to be stabbed into the sea serpent's flesh. Ho! The sea serpent roared and crashed into a stone. Clang, as if metal and stone had collided. The ghost blade clam fell from the sea serpent's head. If Han Fei had looked back, he would have found that the sea serpent had lost more than half of its teeth, and there was a big hole in its shell. It was basically dead. A green crab watched the scene with its pincers raised. Han Fei couldn't care less. He cast out the hook, hooked the crab's leg, and threw it to the sea serpent. Crack! Pooh! The half-meter-long green crab was bitten into pieces, and one of its pincers was still hanging in the sea serpent's mouth, picking out a piece of flesh. Han Fei exclaimed, "Shoot!" Again. "Bro, do you not want your hometown anymore?" Han Fei grew anxious. What if the sea serpent chased after him relentlessly? He couldn't beat it at all. Looking at the sea serpent's tentacles that were floating in the seawater, Han Fei gritted his teeth and decided to try his best. Han Fei's hook landed on the sea serpent's tentacles. In the next moment, all the sea serpent's tentacles floated up. There was a tiger in front and a wolf behind. Han Fei dashed at the sea serpent in the blink of an eye. Thousands of tentacles were waiting for him. Han Fei unleashed spiritual energy from the iron rod in his hand. He didn't know how much spiritual energy he had injected into it, but he simply slashed it out. The sea serpent's tentacles tilted to the other side, but Han Fei still fell into the sea serpent's tentacles. Little did Han Fei expect that a bloody mouth would come at him when he was about to lunge at the sea serpent. "I'm doomed. I'm doomed." Han Fei felt that he had been swallowed. The good news was that the coral rod happened to be stuck in the sea serpent's mouth. Han Fei failed to hold the iron rod and dropped it outside of the sea serpent. "Shoot! It's so tight." Han Fei felt that he couldn't move at all. The sea serpent's muscles were constricting and wriggling. Han Fei hadn't been completely swallowed by the sea serpent yet, but who knew what would happen in the next second? He tried to hold the blade fish dagger and cut it in the space of only a few inches. Bam! 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 The sea serpent was struggling violently. After only one moment, thousands of holes had been added to its body. Han Fei wasn't any better. Some of the tentacles had penetrated the sea serpent's body and penetrated deep into its body. Demon purification pot, absorb it. Han Fei thought that he was doomed. There was no telling if the demon purification pot was working, but the muscles that tightened around him were slightly loosened. Die! Han Fei tossed and turned with all his might. His body was incredibly sore. He wondered if his legs had already been corroded into bones. Thinking of that, Han Fei struggled crazily and waved the blade fish dagger crazily. A piece of meat almost fell into his mouth. Pooh! It's so bitter! Han Fei thought of something. Snake gallbladder? The sea serpent struggled less and less. Under the double attack of the sea anemone's tentacles and the demon purification pot, it was impossible for it to break free from the tentacles. Suddenly, its body stiffened and stopped moving. With a sizzling sound, a glowing figure quickly jumped out of a snakeskin. Han Fei was covered in blood, but he dared not be careless. The moment he came out, he threw out his iron fishing rod. After a swish, Han Fei was flung away. Then, the place where he was at was filled with tentacles. Han Fei's heart was pounding. Even though he was protected by spiritual energy, dozens of holes had been left on his body. In the ocean, bleeding was extremely dreadful. "How dare you chase me? How dare you be arrogant? How dare you bite me?"